So passenger will install this device, this app on the mobile device, and the passenger gonna click on this button. So once you click on this button, it is invoking a experience API here, check-in experience API, which is again invoking a process API, check-in process API. And this process API, it is actually talking to three systems over here: flight management system, and passenger data system, and PayPal system. And all these three integration systems are out of the scope for this course. So over here in this course, we are focused only on building this check-in process API. This is the use case which we are focused in this course. We are not discussing this entire architecture at all. Okay, so this integration systems will be discussed in the production ready integration course. Okay, so as a we're going to imagine ourselves as a Mulesoft developer, and we're going to build this check-in process API now. And we're going to incorporate all the high-end practices for building this check-in PAPI, all the best practices which are suggested by the Mulesoft. And we're going to build a production ready Mule application by following all the best practices. Okay, there is a flight cancellation on the left side. This is also discussed in the production ready integration course. Means if any flight is getting cancelled for some reason, so then the customer should be notified that flight has been cancelled for weather reason or for maintenance or any other reason, right? We have to notify that particular passenger. Okay, so this is the cancellation use case. Okay, so even we are not focused on this cancellation use case or flight management or passenger data system or PayPal system. So as a passenger, you're gonna install this app on your device and you're checking into the any airline. So at this point, passenger should have a PNR number. Passenger will present the PNR number and the last name, and the passenger should be allowed to check in into the any airline. Okay, so then this passenger details, that passenger check-in information will be inserted into the flight management system, and passenger data system is also updated, and then that passenger will be directed to the PayPal system, because that passenger is having some additional baggages which they have to make the payment for that additional baggages. So when the passenger check-in, then the passenger is having any additional baggages, and the passenger will be forwarded to this PayPal system, and the passenger should already have an account with the PayPal system so that they can make the payment for the additional packages. So this is the use case which we are going to work now. So let me go back to the slides which I have skipped just now. Okay, so now we understood this flight management system, passenger data system, and PayPal system. These are the integration system for the check-in PAPI project which we are going to build in the next. Okay, so PNR number. PNR stands for passenger name record. So it contains a personal information about that passenger, and this PNR exactly identify one passenger with their flight. Okay, so passenger will present the PNR number before they check into the any area. And this is the user story we are focused in this session. Mobile check-in. Okay, so in the mobile check-in user story, as I already mentioned, as a passenger, you're going to check into the any airline flight using the mobile app installed on your device. You provide your PNR number, last name, and you pay for any baggages, additional baggages using the PayPal system. So preconditions over here, passengers should already hold any airline ticket, and they should know their PNR number, and passenger is already having the PayPal account, so that they will be directed to the PayPal system for making the payment for the additional packages, and passenger has a mobile app installed already. Okay, so we are focused on this user story where we're going to build on this check-in process API, which is integrating with the three other systems over here. So we're going to explore all the best design practices for building this check-in process API. We're going to explore also about Maven concepts, okay? And we'll build a process API which is ready for the production ready environment. Okay, so now let's get started with the module 1. So the concepts which I'm going to discuss in the module 1, usually those are mostly you have already used in your projects earlier, okay? Because we already know that when we build an application and when we build an API, we always start with a design phase, right? We start with a design phase in the API development lifecycle. So we'll be covering the entire API development lifecycle over here as a part of building the production ready Mule application. Okay, so before we get started with module 1, so we're going to get the setup ready for this course. Okay, so please open up a file browser, everyone, and go to the drive, whichever drive is accessible at your end. So C drive, I have only access to C drive. So go to the drive and create a new folder over here. So this folder, we're going to call it as workspace. And please use the same naming convention, everyone. Hold on, guys. What I have here. Okay, no worries. I think I have to close this studio. Okay. So please go forward and create a new folder here with the name workspace. Call it as workspace. Yeah, I'm having one folder here. Let me delete this one. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So create a new folder, everyone, with name workspace. So open up that workspace folder and create a one more folder here and call it, name this with today's date, okay? 20 June 22 or 2022. So inside this workspace folder, we have created one more folder with today's date, 20 June 2022. And in the same workspace folder, create a text document where we're going to keep all our information. Like it's going to act like a snippet for us, okay? All the information which we needed for doing the workers, we're going to keep it over here in this text document and call this as prod ready. Prod ready text document. Prod ready.txt. And open this prod ready.txt in a notepad++. Any text editor should be fine. So I'm using notepad++. Okay, so keep this file open all the time. Okay. Production ready text document we created in the same workspace folder. Okay, so now open up a command prompt window. Open up a command prompt window, everyone. Okay, so first we're gonna check if the JDK is installed on our machine. So the latest version, sorry, we are using JDK 1.8. Okay, so just run this command, everyone. JDK space hyphen version. What? Sorry, Java hyphen version. Okay, so make sure you have installed 1.8 on your machine, and if you have any other installation of your Java JDK version, please uninstall it. Okay, 1.8 is a recommended one for this course. Okay, so I need a green check mark if JDK 1.8 is installed on your machine. Yeah, waiting for a few more check marks. Just make sure you have installed JDK 1.8, not the latest one. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Yeah, I'm waiting for Sriranjan, Ramu, Neha Sharma. Are you all good with JDK? And Anil. Okay, now we'll look for the Maven. Have you guys installed Maven? So look for the Maven version as well. So MVN hyphen version, run this command. So I'm using 3.6.2, okay? Even latest version should be fine. Anything with 3.6.2 and above. Okay, so please confirm if you're good with the Maven version as well. If you have installed on your Maven version, Maven on your machine, and also add it to your path environment variables. Okay. So this JDK path and also Maven version should be included in your system environment variables. So I'm waiting for a few more check marks. Waiting for Neha, Ramu, Anil. And also we would need a free Anypoint platform account, everyone. So go to your browser page and sign up for a new account. Okay. Anypoint.mulesoft.com/login/sign up. This is the link. Okay. I'm passing it over in the chat. Please head over to this link, everyone. Sign up for the free Anypoint platform account. Okay. So fill this form and create a new trial account now. Okay. Next is the email address. Company and give your username. Okay, so this is my username and copy your username. Okay, so we're gonna save these credentials in our text document which we created just now. Okay, password, and remember your username and password, everyone. Okay, so go forward and create this account. Okay, so this is the home page of your Anypoint platform. We are using this Mulesoft hosted Anypoint platform as the control page. Okay, so once you have created your account successfully, now go back to your text document and save your credentials over here so that we can rely back on this document whenever it's needed. Okay. Anypoint platform, username, paste your username and password. Okay, so save your credentials over here. This text document. You want to log in tomorrow on day 2 or day 3 session, you can rely on this document. Okay. So green check mark if you have created your free Anypoint platform account and if you have saved your credentials in the text document, production ready text document. Yeah, just waiting for a few more check marks. Yeah, I'm waiting for Anil, Anurag, Neha, Prashant, Rintesh. Please respond, everyone. Okay, if you have created your platform account, if you're all good, leave a green check mark and save your credentials in the text document. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Neha, are you good? Have you followed my instruction? Are you all good with the setup? Please let me know. Yeah, thank you, Neha. Anurag and Anil, I'm waiting for you both. Okay, no worries. Thanks for the check marks. Yeah, thank you, Anurag. Okay, now please open up your Anypoint Studio, everyone. Open up your Anypoint Studio. And latest version of Studio is 7.12.1. Okay, so make sure you have installed latest version of your Studio. If you haven't installed, please go forward and download it. Okay. So this is the link to install the latest version of Studio. I'm pasting in the chat for everyone. So just make sure you are using latest version of Studio, like 7.11.1 also should be fine. Above 7.11.1, okay, for this class. Okay, so it didn't ask me to choose the workspace location. No worries. So I'm gonna switch to the workspace I have created earlier. Okay, so file, switch workspace, other. Okay, so we have already created a workspace with today's date, right? So I'm gonna choose that location. C drive workspace 20th June. For some reason I see 11th June also. No worries. I'm gonna delete that one. Okay, so this is the workspace. C drive workspace and the folder which we created with today's name. Okay, so point it to that folder and click launch. If your studio is up, please leave a green check mark everyone. Mine is still coming up. Launch your studio and leave a green check mark. Okay, so make sure it is pointing to the workspace folder. Okay, in the workspace folder we created a new folder with today's date, right? So this is the workspace we are going to use for building this check-in copy process application. Okay, so give me a green tick mark. So when your Anypoint Studio is opened, okay. Okay, now we're gonna make some changes, some configuration settings in the Anypoint Studio. Okay, so we're gonna do our Maven setting configurations over here and JDK configurations so that we are not going to use our embedded one which comes along with this Anypoint Studio. So we're gonna point it to the JDK which we have installed on our machine and also Maven. Okay, we are not going to use any embedded version over here. So if your studio is up, everyone leave a green check mark. Okay, so go to the top, everyone. Go to the main menu. Click on window. Yeah, thank you, Neha. Thanks for the check marks, everyone. So go to the main menu. Click on window on the top. Preferences. Preferences. Okay, so it should open this preferences dialog box. So let's first point it to the JDK in the studio. So go to the Java install GRS. Expand Java and then select install GRS. And over here it is using embedded JDK. So deselect this one. Go to Java, install GRS, deselect this JDK. And let's point it to the JDK which we have installed on our machine. Okay, so click on this add button again. Click on this add button. And we are creating a standard VM type now. So click next. And this JRE home, point it to the location where you installed your JDK. Okay, so I'm using a C drive program files, adapt open JDK. Okay, so go to the location where you have installed your JDK and just point it to the root folder, JDK root folder. JDK root folder. And then click select folder. So point it to the root folder where you installed your JDK. And then click finish. And then select this JDK 8. We are not using embedded, so we have pointed it to use the JDK 1.8 which we have installed on your machine. It's happening here. Okay, now it is selected. So select this JDK 8.0, not the embedded one, and then click apply. Don't click on apply and close, okay? We're gonna make some more configuration changes now. So click apply. So green check mark, if you are pointing your JDK to the installed one, not the embedded one, leave a green check mark everyone. So this is for JDK configuration, point it to the JDK. Please don't use the embedded one, okay? So if you're all good with the JDK, now let's check the Maven configuration, okay? So just minimize this Java. Okay, now go to the top and search for Maven. Go to the top and search for Maven. Okay, so select Maven. Select Maven. So over here it is using embedded Maven installation. So deselect this one. And Maven installation home directory. Just point this to the location where you have extracted your Maven on your machine. So click on browse. So my Maven, I have installed it on C drive. This is the version I'm using, C drive Apache Maven. I'm using little bit older one, 3.6.2. Then click select folder. Okay, so after this is done, click on this button, test Maven configuration. Test Maven configuration and make sure you see in this results, okay? So JDK 1.8 is, we are pointing to the JDK 1.8 on our machine. Okay, so make sure you get this green tick mark. Okay, you are no longer using embedded Maven. You are pointing to the Maven you have installed and Java version is 1.8. Then click apply. Click apply. So green check mark. If you are good with the Maven configuration, so hit this button and make sure you see this result. Okay, click on this test Maven configuration button and make sure you see this information. Okay, so that's the Maven settings we need to configure. So red cross, if you're lagging behind or if you need any help with the setup or if you missed any of the steps, please let me know, okay? You can stop me at any point. You can raise your hand or you can unmute yourself and let me know, okay? Any issues. Click apply everyone. If you're good, click apply. Now clear this search. Go to the top, clear this search. Okay. And search for editor. Editor. Search for editor. And go to the XML files, editor. XML. Under XML, you have XML files, editor. So click on this editor, XML editor. And line width is 72. So this we're going to change it to 140. Line width, change it to 140. And in the XML view, remember when you create a project, it will show the XML view. In that we are configuring the settings now. So I want the line width in the XML view is this much. And I want to clear all the blank lines. So select this checkbox. Format comments, deselect this one. Insert white spaces also deselect. Just enable this one, clear all blank lines, enable this one and deselect both the format comments and insert white space. And indentation size, we want this one, okay. Line width is 140, clear all blank lines, select this checkbox, deselect this one, and then go forward and click on apply button. Okay, apply and close. Okay, so we finish with the configuration settings. If anybody is lagging behind, please let me know. Okay, so now close this studio. Okay, so close this studio and we're going to take the backup of local repository. Remember, this studio will behind the scenes use a local repository, and the location where you can find your local repo is C drive, users, C drive, users, and select your user profile. And over here, locate .m2. .m2 is your local repo. We're going to take a backup of m2 because you have already created some projects, right? We don't want to mess up with your production data. So keep a backup of this .m2 .back. Okay. Keep a backup of this. Now we're going to reopen our studio and it will create a local repo behind the scenes automatically for us. So we have taken the backup of existing M2 repository. So now go forward and open up your Anypoint Studio again. Reopen your Anypoint Studio and it should create a local repository again with .m2 as the name. Okay, if the studio is opened up, leave a green check mark. Take a backup of .m2 and then reopen your studio and leave a green check. Okay, so behind the scenes, it is creating M2 repository. It's going to take a while to load all the modules. Okay. Okay, once your studio is open, go to the Windows, Show View, and open up this progress view. Okay, so keep the progress view all the time open. It will show you the information like if the project is built completely or if any modules are downloaded, you can see the information over here. So it's still loading the modules at my end. So once this progress is completed, once everything is downloaded and ready, then we're going to go forward and we'll create a new project. So keep this progress view all the time open to see the status. Okay. Updates available. Please do not install any updates at this point. Okay. You can install it later during the break time. Okay, it's downloading all the modules now. DB connector right now. It's going on. Okay. Okay, so if your download is completed, if you have loaded all the modules in your Anypoint Studio, so go forward and create a new project again. Go to the upper left corner, File, New, Mule Project. Mine is still going on. File, New Mule Project. So we are creating this project to check if the configuration settings which we did for JDK, Maven, everything is working fine or not. So we are checking now by creating this Mule project. Later on, I'm going to delete this one. This is just for we are creating this project to check the configuration settings. Okay, so go to the File, New, Mule project and call this as testing. So name of the project, set it to testing and then click finish. Please do not run your project until everything is loaded completely in the Anypoint Studio. So if you go forward and run it, it will corrupt your workspace. So before you run your project, make sure all the modules are downloaded. Okay. So all the operations are completed in your progress view. It's taking a while here to create a new project, and go to your progress view, and if you are all good, okay, let's wait here till it is 100% downloaded. Okay. Okay, so if this is done at your end, go forward and 1 second, guys. The power is back on. Let me share my screen. Okay, if the new project is created at your end and if all the operations are completed in the progress view, so please go forward and run your project. I'm still waiting here, still loading at my end. Okay, so go forward and run your project if it is everything completed at your end. And check in the console. If the project deployment is successful, then you're all good with the new settings which we made in the studio. I'm sorry. Okay, so behind the scenes, it is creating .m2 repository, right? So this is the first time, so it's going to take a while. If you go to the C drive, users, your user profile, so a .m2 repository is again created for you, where it's going to download all the modules needed for your current project. Okay, if your deployment is successful, leave a green check mark, then we're going to get started with the module 1. So we're going to take a tea break here. Screen is not visible. Hold on. Let me stop sharing. Is it good? Anurag, is my screen visible to you? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a short break now. So we're going to come back and we'll start with our module 1. Okay. So let me start the timer. Means we're going to interact with the Anypoint Studio here, and I'll show you how to create a checking process API. And in that checking process API, we're going to configure all our fundamental artifacts or API related artifacts for exposing it over HTTPS protocol. So goal of this module 1, we're going to discuss in detail about the API development lifecycle over here. So in the API development lifecycle, we start with design center. We'll create this API specification. We're going to do a little bit differently over here. We'll create a open API specification project. Okay, so this is already provided to us. So this is already provided by the training department to us. So we're going to download this open API specification from any airline organization, any airline public portal page. So we'll download that open API specification, we'll import it back into the design center and we'll create this specification. And then we're going to head over to the API manager to manage that asset. We'll publish it to the exchange. We'll head over to the API manager to manage that asset. And also we're going to create a mule application in the Anypoint Studio, which will be exposed on HTTPS protocol. So in other words, we're going to discuss about API development lifecycle over here. So I have created a diagram which will simplify to understand the API development lifecycle in detail. Please look at my screen, everyone. So in the API development lifecycle, let's say if you want to build an API from scratch, you have to take that API through the 3 different phases of API development lifecycle. So these are the 3 phases involved in the API development lifecycle. One is design phase, build phase, deployment, and management phase. So we always start with designing our API specification, where we're going to document everything about our API. So in the design phase, we interact with a component called as API designer. So this component is available in the Anypoint platform. Anypoint platform. Okay, so we're going to head over to the design center, open up this API designer page. We'll create a project over there which contains all the information about your API. Means usability of that API or the functionality of that API. We're going to document everything in this API and we're going to publish to the exchange. And exchange is the central repo. It acts like a central repository where all the users going to publish their assets. Okay, a new user can head over to the exchange, they can discover your asset and they can use that asset in their integration project. Okay, so this is about design phase. Following this, we're gonna go with the build phase. And in the build phase, this API specification is given to the development teams to create your mule application. So developer gonna interact with Anypoint Studio, import this specification to the studio and we build mule applications over here. Mule applications or API implementations. So this mule application is created in sync with the API specification. So we are creating a product which is in sync with the specification. We follow a spec-driven development approach here. So in the spec-driven development approach, we create a specification and the developer is compelled to write the code matching with the specification. So we follow a spec-driven development approach here. And in the build phase, you're going to build a mule application. Then comes the deployment phase. So in the deployment phase, you're going to choose the deployment model. Either it can be cloud hub or customer hosted environment. And once you choose a deployment model, you're going to install your mule runtimes over there. And this mule application will be deployed onto that mule runtime. So always mule applications is deployed or it is installed. So sorry, it is running in the mule runtime. Mule runtime is an application server which will host your mule applications. So this mule runtime can be installed either on the cloud hub or customer hosted environment. So in the deployment phase, we're going to head over to the runtime manager component in the Anypoint platform. We'll choose the deployment model. So let's say, for example, if you choose cloud hub as a deployment model, then behind the scene, a mule runtime is installed and this mule applications will be deployed to that mule runtime. And these mule applications are packaged into a jar file. You'll create a deployable archive file or a jar file. Okay, all the source code of your mule application, it is packaged into a jar file. And this jar is deployed to mule runtime, which can be installed either on cloud hub or customer hosted environment. So that's the deployment phase. Then comes the management phase. Okay, your application is already running either in the cloud hub or customer hosted. You want to manage that API for security and governance. So in the management phase, you're going to interact with a component called as API manager. And there are two ways to manage that API. So one is basic endpoint strategy and another is endpoint with proxy. So in this course, we're going to discuss basic endpoint strategy, how to use this strategy which support the auto discovery mechanism to manage that API. So endpoint with proxy, this we already did in the Anypoint platform fundamental class. So we're going to do basic endpoint strategy here. Okay, so I'll come back and I'll explain about the basic endpoint strategy later. So this is the goal of this module 1. First, we're going to start with the design phase. So we're going to import a API spec which is already provided to us, import it back into the design center and we create API specification. And then we head over to the API manager to manage that asset which is already published to the exchange. Then we're going to head over to the Anypoint Studio. We'll implement a mule application which is exposed on HTTPS endpoint. And to manage that asset, we're going to use this basic endpoint strategy. Basic endpoint strategy which support the auto discovery mechanism. Okay, so this is the goal of this module 1. This is what we are going to achieve by the end of this module 1. Yeah, I request everyone to stay on mute, please, so that we can avoid the background noise. Thank you. Please go on mute, everyone. Hi, Kirti. Good morning. If you don't mind, can you please go on mute? I think she's not listening. We mute her. Okay, she got disconnected. Okay. So exporting, importing, and publishing API specification. So let me share a link in the chat. Okay, so please head over to this link, everyone, and we're gonna download our API spec. Okay, so the link which I'm sharing, that's a link to access the any airline public portal page. Okay. Let me give you this link in the chat. So open up a file browser, everyone. Sorry, Chrome browser. Paste that browser link and make sure you see this one. Welcome to any airlines development developer portal. Any airlines developer portal. Okay, so once you open up this portal page, go to the simplified check-in PAPI. So select this asset, simplified check-in PAPI. Okay, so this simplified check-in PAPI, it is one of the API which is exposed in this any airline organization. So PAPI stands for Process API. So this check-in process API, as I mentioned, it will allow you to check in into the any airline flight, and you can check in additional baggage by providing PNR number and last name, and you are paying for that baggage using the PayPal system. Okay, it got two endpoints here, /ticket /PNR. PNR is a URA parameter. It's a mandatory required parameter here. So you enter the passenger PNR number and the passenger will check into the any airline. So the endpoint is check in here. So it is having put method. So let me open up the put method. So you are checking into the any airline by providing this information, last name, number of bags, and the PNR number. So the passenger present the PNR number. Okay, so once the check-in is successful, a payment ID is generated, and that passenger will be directed to the PayPal system by providing this payment ID and payer ID. That passenger will do the payment approval. Okay, so payment will be executed. So once the payment is executed, then the passenger will be returned with a boarding pass. Okay, if you are having additional baggages here, then you are directed to the PayPal system where you're going to make the payments and the boarding pass is displayed. If the number of bags is one, then no need to pay for the additional baggages. So directly boarding pass will be displayed. Okay, so this is what the check-in endpoint is doing. And we got one more endpoint here, payment approval. The payment approval, let me click on the put method. So you're passing the payment ID here. You're passing the payment ID. Okay, and the payment is approved. So payment approval process is completed. Then the passenger is returned with the boarding pass. So it got two endpoints. One is check-in and another is a payment approval. So now what we're going to do here, we're going to download this specification file. We are not creating anything from scratch here. So let's download this specification file and we'll go back to the design center. We'll import it back and we'll create a new project over there. So right now we are discussing this design phase. So in the design phase, so we're going to interact with the API designer. We'll import that specification we are going to download in the next step, and then we'll publish it to the exchange. Okay, so come back to the any airline portal page, simplified check-in. On the left side, click on home. On the left side page, click on home and download this as a open API specification. Okay, so these are the two modeling languages which are supported by Mulesoft for creating your API spec. So let's download it as open API specification. Both are supported here. So download this simplified check-in zip file. Now come back to your AnyPoint platform. Come back to the AnyPoint platform and everyone head over to the design center. So go to the upper left corner. So this is, I'm going to call it as a main menu. This three horizontal line, I'll refer this as a main menu. So click on the main menu, everyone, and head over to the design center. Head over to the design center. Okay, so make sure you are in the design center, everyone, and let's create a new project here. So over to the create new button, click on this and let's create a new API specification. So select the first option from the drop down menu and the name of the project. So let's call this as check in PAPI. Okay, so I'm going to type it in a moment. Check in PAPI. So let me give this in the chat for everyone. So this is the name of the project. Please follow the same naming convention. Check in PAPI project. And then go to the next property. Next option we got here to choose the specification language. So select this one and choose Open API Specification 2.0 JSON. So we are using Open API Specification modeling language here, and these JSON and YAML are supported. Open API Specification 2.0 JSON format. Okay. So select this option
Hey, hi, Subha. Your screen is lagging.
and then go forward and create API. So language which supporting APIs used APIs hackers there. Okay, okay. Hold on. My internet connection. Just let me know if it's still lagging. Okay. Just watch for a few minutes and let me know. Is my voice clear to everyone? So I need a green check mark if you have created this new project called as Check-in Papi. If my voice was not audible, I can repeat the steps for you all. Please let me know if you're lagging behind. Okay. Green check mark, please, if you have created this Check-in Papi project in the design center.
Hey, hi Shubha. If you don't mind, can you please repeat the steps?
Yeah,
Because,
sure.
thanks.
No worries. So are you in the design center?
Yes.
Okay, so go to the design center homepage. Okay, let me go back to that page again. So click on this button, create new button, new API specification. Okay, the project name is check-in-papi. I have already pasted in the chat. And then choose the specification language as Open API Specification 2.0 and then just go forward and click on Create API. Okay, name of the project and the specification language is Open API Specification 2.0 JSON. Okay, I'm clicking cancel because I have already created this project and it should load the API designer page. Green check mark, please. Green check mark, please, if you have created your project successfully. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Yeah, I'm waiting for a few more check marks.
I have to set the specification language as os2.o JSON, right?
Yeah, latest is also 3, but we are using 2.0. Recently they introduced 3.0 version. Yeah, choose Open API Specification 2.0 for this work. Few more check marks are missing. Please pick your in the check mark so that we can go with the next step. So both Open API specification and RAML has worldwide adoption. Okay, it's up to the developer, it's up to the organization which specification they want to choose. If you're existing customer to the Mulesoft and if you have already created your specification in the OS language, then platform is having support for that as well. But if you're building your APIs from scratch, if you're a new startup organization and if you have migrated to the API-led connectivity approach, and if you have started building the APIs, then choose RAML. Okay, Mulesoft is recommending us to choose RAML if you are creating your API specification from scratch. But if you already got the specification OS language, so platform is having additional support for that as well. Okay, so all good till this point, right, everyone? Okay. So now head over to the upper right corner, just next to this publish, click on this gear icon. Click on this gear icon and let's import the specification which we downloaded a few minutes back, right? Import. So we can import file or a zip. So click on this choose file button. Choose file button. And head over to the downloads folder, everyone. And select this simplified check-in papi.zip file. Simplified check-in papi 1.0.2 -oas.zip file. Okay, so select this one, click open. Click open. And then click import. Replace root file. Yes, we want to replace the root file. Click yes. So api.json is going to be our root file now. Okay, click yes. So api.json is root file. We have check-in papi.json also on the left side. You can go forward and delete this one. So once the port is successful, so go to the check-in papi.json. Just hover on it on the right side on the 3 dot icon. Just hover on this 3 dot icon next to the check-in papi.json. Click inside and delete it. Click inside and delete. Delete this check-in papi.json, everyone. Not needed anymore. So our root file is api.json. Open this up and just check what we got here. Gonna minimize this one. Okay, so it is implemented in Open API specification 2.0 and this is the description. So your passenger will check into any airline presenting the PNR number and last name and pay for any packages. So go to the host property, everyone, host property, and replace this TNGAA with your initials. Okay, with your name and today's date. Okay, so all lowercase. Replace TNGAA with your initial and today's date. And in the same line, we are using a trial account and we are allowed only to deploy to the US East 2 region. Okay, change this E1 to E2. E1, change this to E2. And what we got here, there are two endpoints, right? Slash ticket slash PNR. So providing PNR is mandatory here. It got two endpoints, slash check-in. Okay, so in the slash check-in endpoint, specify the query parameters and also request and response structure is also specified, responses. So it's going to return a response called as payment ID. And then you are directed to the payment approval process for making the additional payment here. So we have payment approval process endpoint here. By taking the payment ID and payer ID, you will make the payment. Okay, payment approval, payment is approved, and then boarding pass is displayed for you. Okay, so this is your open API specification. Now we'll go forward and we'll publish to the exchange. Okay, so click on publish, everyone. Publish to exchange. Publish to exchange. Okay, so let's give some information to publish to the exchange. So asset version, API version. So using this information, it's gonna identify that asset. Okay. So we follow a semantic versioning. We follow a semantic versioning for asset versions. Okay. Example of good asset version 1.0.0. So it is always in this x.y.z format. Okay. And API version, it is already taken V1. V1 is the API version. So V1 always depend on this major version. So this one is a major version. So one is major version, this 0 is the patch version, sorry, minor version, and 0 is the patch version. So it is always in the format x.y.z, where x stands for major, y stands for minor, and z stands for patch version. And your API version is dependent on this major version. Okay, so life cycle state is stable, means it is not under the development. So it is state of release, means it is ready to consume. So set the state to stable, publish to the exchange. So it is successfully published to the exchange. Click done. Now please open up your exchange browser page in a new tab. Open up the exchange browser page in a new tab. And make sure you see your asset. Check in Papi asset. And you are the owner of this asset. Okay. Leave a green check mark if you have successfully published your asset to the exchange. And open up your asset. Open up your asset and make sure you see two endpoints on the left side, /checkin/payment approval. And go to the /checkin endpoint, select put method. So we're going to perform the put operation now. Put method. Okay, so you'll see the documentation in the middle page. So all this documentation is automatically generated for you. So we are hitting the put method for /checkin endpoint now. Okay, so we need to pass this information in the request body. So put method. So we pass this request body last name, and giving the PNR number is mandatory here. Okay, so go to the right side. You see the API console on the right side. So using this API console, you can test this specification. So PNR number. So enter PNR number. I'm going to use some dummy value here. ABC1234 is my PNR number. And then see the request body at the bottom. Scroll down and click on this send button. And make sure the payment ID is returned as a response. Sorry, boarding pass is returned as a response.
So, hello Shubha.
Yeah.
Can you please repeat the steps on exchange? What we need?
Exchange, just open up the exchange. Okay, open up your asset.
Mm-hmm.
You will see this API portal page. And then go to the left side /checkin put method and give a PNR number over here. And click on the send button. And it displays the boarding pass. Okay. Okay, so now open up the access management component, everyone, in the new tab. Okay, so we finished with the first step in the walkthrough. Hold on, let me go back to the next slide. So achieving the full API lifecycle. Okay, so this I have simplified into this diagram over here. So I have discussed in detail about API development lifecycle. What are the phases involved over here? So I have simplified this into a new diagram which I have created. Okay, so over here same thing is happening. You're going to head over to the design center first. You will create API specification, the API designer. Okay, you're going to publish, you will take the feedback and then you're going to publish to the exchange. Okay, so exchange is the central repo. So using this API console, you're going to test your specification. We are using a mocking service, which is a default endpoint available. And these API portals are automatically created once you publish to the exchange. Then we head over to the Anypoint Studio. We build our API by importing that API specification. You thoroughly test in the studio. And then you head over to Runtime Manager to deploy that application. Once your API is running successfully in the cloud of our customer hosted, then comes the management phase where you're going to manage that API for security and governance. So in this course, API is already designed. It is already provided to us. So focus is only to develop the test phases of the API lifecycle. So we're going to use MUnit testing framework on day 3 and we'll create the test cases, and that involve the test phase of the API lifecycle. So we always follow this design first approach. So we develop RESTful services by following this design first or contract first approach. Because design contains everything. You're going to document everything about your API. Before you write any code, you design your API so that you can get the feedback after you design your APIs from the client or from stakeholder. Then you start implementing that into a Mule project. Okay, so that you can save some time by getting the feedback from the client before you go forward and create your Mule application, because it's always time consuming to undo those changes. So we start with design, get the confirmation from the client, and then this design will be forwarded to the development teams to build your actual product. Okay, Mulesoft is recommending us to follow the design first, which is always recommended by the Mulesoft. Okay, now we're going to discuss Richardson maturity model. Okay, so look at this diagram. This is the model which is suggested by Richardson. So if you follow this Richardson maturity models, you're going to build the APIs at different levels. So level 0, level 1, level 2, and level 3. Okay, so let's start with level 0. So API is considered as a level 0 API if you start using HTTP protocol. So once you start using HTTP protocol means it's a level 0 API. It's a level 0 API. So level 1 means resources are also included. You are using HTTP protocol as well as resources. You're going to specify the resources. Like in our case, slash check-in is a resource, slash payment approval is a resource. Okay, going to define the resources. That is level 2 API. And over here in the level 1, you're going to use the basic get method, get operation. You're going to perform get operation over here. So that is called as level 1. Only one operation you're going to perform, that is get method if you build a level 1 API. Means in the level 1 you have started creating resources and using a single function called as get method. In level 2 APIs, you will use more HTTP verbs like put method, get method, patch method. So those are the HTTP verbs. Means you have started using HTTP methods also here. Along with the resources, you have started using HTTP methods. So this is called as level 2 API. Then comes the last level, hypermedia level or level 3. It's a level 3 API. So in the level 3 API, you're going to build the APIs. And when you are hitting a request to that level 3 API, right? You are hitting a request to that level 3 API and it returns the response. Okay, once the response is written, you are doing further actions over here. That is called as level 3. So meaning here you are building an API to search for flights. To search for flights from one source to destination, for example. So when you search for the flights, it will give you all the flights information over here between source and destination. And over here, you'll have some more buttons like if you want to check the price or you want to book the flight. So you're performing some operations in response to that API. You can perform some actions here like check the fare or book the flight in response to that API. That is level 3 API. Okay, so this is the Richardson model. And most of the times, majority, we are going to build this level 2 APIs. Okay, so in this course also, we're going to build the level 2 API. So these are the modeling languages which are supported by Mulesoft. One is RAML and another one is Open API specification. Okay, most of the things I have already covered. So both are having worldwide adoption. Okay, it's up to the developer, it's up to the organization which one they want to pick or they want to choose for creating your API spec. So RAML is based on YAML. RAML stands for REST API modeling language. It is very simple, human readable format and developer friendly, and you can reuse the code. Okay, if you want to know further information, you can head over to raml.org. Open API specification, it is formerly called as Swagger. Okay, large ecosystem of tools, worldwide adoption. Okay, so both are supported in the platform. And Exchange is a central repository where you can publish your asset. And once the asset is in the Exchange, then you can manage that asset in the API manager. You can manage that asset in the API manager. Okay. So API Kit is a plugin available in the AnyPoint Studio. So Studio comes with this API kit plugin, and which is responsible for importing your YAML specification, YAML or Open API specification into the Studio. So meaning here in the build phase, right? So after you create your API spec, you're going to import this API spec into the Anypoint Studio. So to import this specification to the Studio, we're going to use this API kit plugin. Okay, so this API kit plugin will import that specification to the Studio, and it will run some scaffolder, and it creates some skeleton flows for you. So once you provide YAML or Open API specification to this plugin, it generates mule flows automatically for you. And then you can work on these mule flows. You can write your own implementation logic once these flows are generated automatically for you. So what it generates, once it has imported the file, your Open API specification or YAML file, it create a basic configuration file, HTTP listener, API kit router. API console is also available. So using this console, you can test this mule application. It creates some implementation flows. Error handler status code mappings are also generated automatically. Okay, if you are creating SOAP web service, then you use WSDL file, right? So WSDL is also supported here. So use SOAPKit plugin to import the WSDL file to create the SOAP web service. Even it is having support for WSDL. So using API manager, you can do the API management. You can manage an asset which is already there in the exchange. And API manager will allow you to manage the APIs of type protocol HTTP 1.8, 1.x. So this is the version, HTTP 1.x version is supported. And it is also having special support for YAML and Open API specification APIs. So in the API manager, we wanted to manage an API for security and governance. So we create an API instance to manage that API instance. Okay, so this API instance is created. So you're going to choose the option here. So different strategies are available, right? We have basic endpoint strategy or endpoint with proxy. We're going to choose one of these to manage that API, and we create this API instance which generates a unique ID. API ID is generated here. And then you can apply the policies to restrict the access. To restrict the access or usage, we apply the policies. We apply the policies on this API instance to manage that API for security and governance. So these policies will restrict the access as well as usage. We have different out-of-the-box policies provided by Mulesoft, so you can apply those policies on this instance to manage that API. Like for example, we want to manage our check-in PAPI project, check-in PAPI asset. So you're going to create API instance by choosing either of this option over here, and then apply the policies to restrict the access and restrict the usage. Now comes down. Now how to apply this policy? You can apply the policies at environment level. You can apply the policies at environment level or at API level. So these are the two ways you can apply the policy. One is environment level or API level. So this environment level, it is called as automated policy. Means environment level means it will be applied to all the APIs under that environment. Let's say for example, you have a dev environment and you have created 3 APIs over there. So if you are applying the policy, it will be applied to all the 3 APIs over here. If it is an automated policy, means it is applied to all the APIs in that environment. Or you can apply it for a single API instance. So you can apply only for check-in PAPI here. You can apply it only for single API instance. So these are the two ways where you can apply the policy. And who is going to enforce this policy? API gateway. And this API gateway can be configured within the embedded Mule runtime. So earlier we were having this option where this API gateway was embedded and part of Mule gateway. But recently Mulesoft has introduced Flexi gateway, which is a very fast, lightweight, environment dependent. Okay, so where you can run this Flexi gateway in any environment, like any VM machine, containers, bare metals. Okay. But Mule gateway means you have your API gateway embedded in the Mule runtime, and this Mule runtime can be hosted either on Cloud Hub or customer hosted. But over here, it can be hosted on any machine. Your Mule runtime can be hosted on any machine. But over here, if you're choosing Mule gateway means your Mule runtime is hosted either on customer hosted environment or on the Mulesoft hosted environment, that is Cloud Hub. So we have one more option here, service mesh. So you're going to choose this option if you want to manage your APIs or microservices which are running in the Kubernetes cluster. So using the service mesh or this flexi gateway, you can manage both mule applications as well as non-mule applications. Okay, service mesh means all your microservices are already managed using Istio service mesh or it is running in the Kubernetes cluster. So we're going to choose mule gateway and we'll deploy our application to the Cloud Hub, and it is having API gateway embedded inside that mule runtime, and API gateway gonna enforce all those policies for managing your API. Okay, so enforcement of API policies or how to apply these policies. And like as I mentioned, first we're gonna manage our asset. Okay, so our asset should be in the exchange. So first you're gonna publish your asset to the exchange. So asset is already published, our check-in PAPI, right? Our asset is check-in PAPI asset. So we want to manage that asset. So we're going to head over to the API manager and we'll choose either basic endpoint or endpoint with proxy. And we create a API instance. Okay, once the API instance is created, then we're going to apply the policies. Okay, now let's understand the difference between basic endpoint and endpoint with strategy. So in the basic endpoint strategy, your policy enforcement endpoint will be within your Mule application. You are creating this API instance within your Mule application. But whereas in the proxy with endpoint with proxy, a separate proxy application is created to restrict the access to this API implementation. So this is your actual product. This is your API, which is either running on Cloud Hub or customer hosted. So we want to restrict the access to this API. Okay, so a separate proxy application is created in the API manager to restrict access. And after this proxy is created, you're going to enforce the policies on the proxies to impose a restriction. But in the basic endpoint strategy, so first thing is this API implementation should be a mule application. You can only manage mule applications over here in the basic endpoint. But over here, you can manage both mule and non-mule application if you go with the proxy with endpoint. So over here, you can manage only mule. And you're creating this API instance within that mule application. So no need of additional worker. So in the basic endpoint strategy, what is happening in the basic endpoint strategy means, first you're going to head over to the API manager. Let me get the diagram over here. You'll head over to the API manager and you will get your asset from the exchange into the API manager. So this is the asset. So our asset is this one, check-in PAPI. So your asset is in the exchange. So we want to manage this asset. So to manage this asset in the exchange, we're going to head over to the API manager. We'll add our asset in the API manager and the instance is created. API instance is created. So that will generate a unique API ID. Then we're going to head over to the runtime manager. We'll deploy our mule application. Our mule application is check-in PAPI. So we're going to build that check-in PAPI in the studio. Okay, this check-in PAPI is deployed to this mule runtime. So this mule runtime is now hosted in the Cloud Hub. We have chosen Cloud Hub as a deployment model. A mule runtime is created, and in that mule runtime, your check-in PAPI is deployed. So now we have to find a way to link this mule application with the API manager. So we use a mechanism called as auto discovery over here. And we'll pass these three parameters as an auto discovery mechanism to link to your mule application, your check-in PAPI project with the API ID, the API instance which you created in the API manager. Okay, so we need three parameters here. One is your API ID, which is generated over here, and the client ID, client secrets. On the environment, your API instance is running. So by passing this client ID and client secret, your mule application, your check-in PAPI, which is running in the mule runtime, it will be linked with the API instance you created in your API manager. Okay, so once the link is established, once the connection is established between your mule application is running on some isolated machine here. That's a Cloud Hub. It's AWS service. Okay, we are creating EC2 instance in the AWS service, and this mule application has to be linked with the API instance you created in the API manager. So we use this auto discovery mechanism. We're going to pass these three parameters, and then a link will be established, a connection will be established, and then this API instance will change to active. Then we're going to apply the policies to restrict the access. You can apply rate limiting policy or spike control policy. You can apply all the out of the box policy once the API instance status is active. So this is the basic endpoint strategy, and in that this check-in PAPI, it should be a mule application. You cannot manage the non-mule APIs using basic endpoint strategy. Okay, endpoint with proxy. You are creating a separate mule application to restrict the access and the usage. So basic endpoint configuration, rely on API auto discovery. So API manager, first you're going to head over to the API manager, you create an API instance, which will generate a unique ID. And this unique ID is configured in the API implementation, and that will be, then the mule application will be linked with your endpoint platform organization based on client ID and client secret. So registered with the instance ID, then the status will change to active. So in the mule application, when you are building a mule application, you're gonna already expose that API ID in the mule application. So developer gonna expose that API ID in the mule application, and that we are passing while deploying the application over here. So in the while deploying this mule application in the runtime manager, this API ID is already exposed in this mule application. You're going to pass the API ID, client ID, and client secret. Then the connection is established between your mule application and this API instance. Okay, so we're going to see everything in practical now in the walkthrough. So over here in this walkthrough, we already
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Can you go back to the screen where we were talking with proxy endpoint of policy application? Yeah,
This way?
here in this case, yeah. In this case, the proxy endpoint, you're saying it will be another mule application, right?
Yes. Yes. So this is again deployed to API gateway. Okay, your proxy application will be deployed to API gateway, and it needs additional worker over here. So it is again deployed to the mule runtime. It's additional
No,
workers
again,
again.
when you say API gateway, it's nothing but another mule application, right?
Mule runtime. It's a part of mule runtime. It's a mule application which is deployed to the API gateway, which is part of mule runtime, and this is a licensed product. Okay, you're gonna buy this to manage your APIs.
Licensed product, is it?
Yeah.
What is the product name exactly called?
API gateway.
API gateway. Okay.
Yeah. So it doesn't come with the base subscription. So it's an add-on subscription. You have to buy this API gateway, which is part of Mule runtime server only. That will enforce the policies.
Okay, it's more or like sorry, it's more or like using
Mule
one gateway
runtime.
we can manage the whole environment, kind of, is it?
Yeah, you can manage any number of APIs. Okay, it's need additional workers here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, vCORS capacity you have to define again.
Okay,
So
thanks.
buying the vCORS is also add-on subscription.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have already started with this walkthrough. Okay, so first part is already done. So we already head over to the any airline public portal page. We downloaded our open API specification. We imported back into the designer, API designer. We created our project, and we already published our specification to the exchange. Now comes the next part. We'll head over to the AnyPoint platform access management component, and we're going to create the environments over there. So open up your access management, everyone. Access management is an administrative utility in the AnyPoint platform where you can manage users, resources. Okay, you can divide the resources, adding the users using this administrative utility. So please head over to the access management, everyone. Please open up this component. So go to the upper left corner and open this access management component. Now go to the environments on the left side. Open up the environments page on the left side. So when this organization was created, Mulesoft Training is our master organization. In my case, it is Mulesoft Training. You should see your organization name over here. So when this organization is created by default, it creates two environments, design and sandbox. So now click on sandbox, everyone. Click on this link. This is a URL. So click on this link and let's change this sandbox to dev. All lowercase, change it to dev. So set the new name to dev. So replace sandbox to dev, click update. So now let's go forward and create new environment, one for test and one for production. So add environments. So click on this add environment on the top, and let's create a new environment called as test, all lowercase, test lowercase, and the type is sandbox because we are not having any production vehicles allocated to this trial account. Okay, so change the type to sandbox, very important. Then click create. Okay, so we'll create one more environment. So click on this button again, and let's call this as prod, all lowercase, and type is sandbox. So name of the environment is prod in lowercase and type is sandbox, and then click create. So we basically create environments based on the SDLC lifecycle phases followed in that organization. So meaning here, you're going to have your application first in the dev, you're going to thoroughly test your application in the dev, and then you migrate your application to test, that is your testing environment or staging environment, and eventually your application will be migrated to the production environment. So we create the environments based on the SDLC lifecycle phases which is followed in that organization. Okay, so then the next step, create any point platform environment. So that is already done. So apply an automated policy for login and create an API instance for your check-in PAPI in the API manager. So let's manage that asset in the API manager now. So now everyone open up your API manager browser page. Open up API manager in the new tab. API manager in the new tab. So in the API manager, it is asking us to choose the environment. We're going to start with dev, okay? So in the manual, it is given as prod, okay? So I'm just going little bit deviated from the manual, okay? So we're going to start with dev. It's always a best practice to first deploy your application to dev, then migrate your application from dev to test, and then eventually move it to the production environment. So I'm doing little bit different from the manual, okay? So in the API manager, make sure you're in the dev environment and this is your master organization. Okay, so let's manage this asset now. Our asset name is Exchange. So let's manage this asset. So back to the API manager, click on this button, everyone, add API. So I need a green check mark. If you're all good till this point, API manager page is open, right? If you're lagging behind, please let me know. I can repeat the steps. So in the access management, we created 3 environments. Okay, sandbox, we renamed it to dev. We created test and prod environments, which is of type sandbox. Now open up the API manager browser page, everyone, and make sure you are in the dev environment. Then click on this add API on the top. Add API, add new API. Select the first option from the drop down menu page. API, add new API. Yeah, thanks for the check marks, everyone. Add new API. So there are 3 options, right, to manage that API. This is the recently introduced Flexi Gateway where you can have your Mule runtimes running anywhere. So for this walkthrough, we're going to choose the Mule Gateway where API Gateway is already part of your Mule runtime. And this Mule runtime is running either on the Cloud Hub or customer hosted. So another option we got here is Service Mesh where you can manage microservices running in the Kubernetes cluster. So choose Mule Gateway option, everyone. Mule Gateway. And there are 2 ways you can manage using Mule Gateway. One is proxy type and second one is endpoint with proxy. One is basic endpoint and second one is endpoint with proxy. So endpoint with proxy, this is already discussed in the fundamental class. So we're going to choose basic endpoint here. Choose basic end, it's already selected. Radio button is already selected. Basic endpoint with support auto discovery mechanism. Okay, so this is selected. Mule version, Mule 4 is recommended. And then go to the bottom right corner, click on next button. Okay, so scroll to the top. So your API, where is your API? Published in the Exchange. And your API is check-in PAPI. So this is the asset we want to manage it. So select this radio button. Select this check-in PAPI asset. So once you select this one, all these fields are automatically populated at the bottom. Okay, asset type, API version, asset version. Then click on next. Click on the next button. Okay, then go forward. So we're going to set the implementation URL later because it's optional when you manage it using basic endpoint with strategy. So providing this implementation URL is optional. It's not mandatory. Okay, so later we're going to come back after we created our Mule application, then we're going to deploy to Cloud Hub, then it will generate a domain URL, then we'll come back and paste that URL over here. As of now, it is using some dummy URL. Okay, you can leave it as it is and then click on next button. Now it is showing the review page. Okay, review. Runtime is Mule Gateway. Proxy type is endpoint. This is the asset we are managing. Version. Okay, so this later we're going to change it. Then click on save button. So once you click on save button, an API instance is created. And this API instance is having a unique ID, API ID. So we are managing our check-in PAPI asset in the API manager. We created this API instance by following basic endpoint strategy, which generates a unique API ID. Okay, so if you're all good till this point, so please copy this API ID, everyone. Copy this API ID. We're going to document this in our production ready text document. Okay, so go to your production ready text document which we created this morning. Over here, you're going to say the environment is dev, and in the dev environment, API ID is this value. Okay, please document this API ID. And also we need client ID and client secret. Okay, client ID and client secret. Hold on. Okay, so we're going to paste that information later. Just a minute, I'm checking something in the manual. Yeah, this is what we needed. So copy these two properties, everyone, from the chat window and paste it over here. Please head over to your chat window, copy those two lines and paste it over here. So our first one is client ID and client secret. So these are your environment client credentials. Your environment name is dev. So these are the client credentials to connect to your dev environment. So we can choose dev or you can choose our organization level client ID and client secret as well. So I will show you where you can find this dev client credentials, but we are not going to use dev. We're going to use it at the org level. Okay. So go to the API administration page. API administration page. Open up this page on the left side and click on this eye icon, and it will give you the client credentials for dev environment, client ID and client secret. But we are not going to use this one. So we'll use the organization level client credentials so that can be applicable to all the environments. So org level credentials you can choose for all the dev, test and production. Okay, instead of changing again, coming back and changing this one. So we're going to use the org level client credentials now. So click done here. Now go to the access management page. Go back to your access management browser page and click on organization on the left side. Click on organization on the left side and select your organization name, your master organization name. Click on it, and over here you will see the information, your client ID and client secret. So copy this client ID, everyone. Copy this client ID. Copy this client ID and paste it in the text document over here next to the -anypoint.platform.client_id. Paste it over there next to it. Let's grab the client secret as well. So click the show button and then copy it. So this is my client secret. So copy yours and paste it over. So next property, call this as org ID. Okay, org ID, org ID, and come back to the access management page and copy your org ID as well. Save this also in your text document. Your organization ID, copy this value as well and paste it over here. And save your text document, your production ready file. Very important, save all these credentials. Okay, let me click cancel. Okay, so this come back to the API manager, everyone. So all good with the credential, right? Platform ID, client ID, client secret, org ID. Save these credentials. Now come back to the API manager and look at the status of your instance, API instance. So the API instance which we have created to manage this check-in PAPI status is unregistered. So the status will go change to active once your mule application, like I have shown in this diagram, right? In the mule application. So once your mule application is linked with the API manager by passing this auto discovery parameters. So already we got API ID. If you go back to the text document, we have API ID, client side credentials. We're going to pass all these auto discovery parameters and the mule application. We haven't built our mule application in the studio. So after you build your mule application, your check-in PAPI, you're going to pass these 3 parameters and your mule application will be linked with that API instance, which is created in the API manager. Okay, so this part is pending till now. So we created an API instance for check-in PAPI in the API manager. Let's apply a policy, logging policy as an automated policy. So remember I mentioned we can apply the policies at 2 levels. We can apply it at API level or you can apply it at the environment level. So automated policy means you're going to apply it at the environment level, which will be applicable to all the APIs which are running in that environment. So if you go back to the API manager page, in the API manager page, we have only one instance created. But if you have multiple API instance over here, and if you apply a policy as an automated policy, it will be applicable to all the API instance available over here. So in our case, we have only one. It will be applicable to check-in PAPI, but automated policy means it will be applicable to all the APIs over here. So everyone come back to the API manager, click on automated policies, click on automated policies on the left side, add automated policy. You can search by policy name over here. So these are the out of the box policies provided by Mulesoft. And we are interested in the message logging policy. So please search for it, message logging. Okay, so select this radio button, message logging. So it will log the custom messages for your incoming request and outgoing response. Okay, we can apply this policy now. Click next. And we have to write a data view expression to log the attributes over here. Log the attributes for your incoming request and also outgoing request. So we're going to write a data view expression here to log all the attributes. So we're going to go back to the log page and we'll see the attributes are logged over there. We are applying these policies to log the attributes for incoming as well as outgoing messages. Okay, so select this checkbox, everyone. So let me paste this in the chat. So please be careful with the typos, okay? I'm pasting this in the chat. Now apply this policy. So now message logging policy, it is applied as an automated policy, means it will be applicable to all the APIs in that environment, in the dev environment. Okay, so that completes our walkthrough. We finished with our walkthrough over here. And we covered design and also little bit of management phase in the first walkthrough. So design is completed and also we understood how to manage that API. We created API instance, okay, bit of it. Now we're gonna head over to the Anypoint Studio and we'll start with the build phase over there. Means we're gonna import this specification to the studio and we'll build the mule application. We're gonna create our check-in PAPI project. Okay, so that's the next topic. So first let me go through the slides. So implementing API as a mule application. And this mule application, we're going to expose it on HTTPS protocol. Okay, so before we discuss about HTTPS protocol, let's understand about networking on cloud. So when you deploy your application to Cloud Hub, right? Your application will be deployed to a worker. Means you're choosing Cloud Hub as a deployment model. I think somebody is not on the mute, so please stay on mute, everyone. Thank you. You can avoid the background noise. Stay on mute, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, much better now. So Cloud Hub. So let's say we choose Cloud Hub here, and you're deploying your jar. You will upload your jar, and you'll choose the Cloud Hub in the runtime manager. And behind the scenes, it will create a VM machine for you. Okay, it's creating a virtual machine behind the scenes. And this Cloud Hub is a iPaaS component, right? Infrastructure platform as a service component. So meaning here all the infrastructure is automatically provided to the developer. So developer is not bothered for this infrastructure setup. So just choose the Cloud Hub behind the scenes. It creates a VM machine and operating system will be installed. And in that operating system, JVM will be installed. And then your mule runtimes are provisioned over here. And this jar is getting deployed to that mule runtime. So this infrastructure is getting ready for you when you choose Cloud Hub. And this is called as a worker. So this entire setup, we are calling it as a Cloud Hub worker. So let's say, for example, you have deployed your jar and it is running on this worker. It is already running on this worker. Now the client will send a request and the client's request should go through load balance because client will be sending the request on this well-known URL, cloudhub.io. So client will be shared with this well-known URL. So client will come back and send the request using this URL. So it will go through the load balancer. Okay, so over here we can use a shared load balancer or dedicated load balancer. So shared load balancer is coming by default. Okay, so this request will go to the load balancer and the load balancer will route the request to the worker on which your mule application is deployed. And while forwarding that request, this load balancer, if it is receiving the external client traffic on 80 will be mapped to 8081. And if yes, if the external client is sending a request on 443, it will be mapped to 8082. And all other ports are blocked by this load balance. Okay. And this external client will be sending the request using this DNS name, using this well-known URL. Okay. So this is how the networking works. Okay. And there is a mule-worker. If you prefix mule-worker to your URL means you can directly hit a request to this worker. And mule-worker-internal, this is used within the VPC for private communication. Let's say if worker 1 wants to communicate with worker 2, they're going to use the internal mule-worker-internal so that they can privately communicate within the VPC infrastructure. Okay, so by default, HTTP listener are configured on unsecured connection. Means you are sending a request on port 8081, right? You are receiving the request and that will be forwarded to the port 8081. But for secured HTTPS connections, so port is 443, the client will be sending the request 443, it will be mapped to 8082. That is a port forwarding we need to understand here. And it's a secure connection, so we have to configure a TLS context. It needs to have a TLS context defined. TLS context is a cryptographic protocol that will provide the communication security for your mule application. And in the TLS context, you're going to use key store and optional trust store to validate the client and server request. So we can understand more about TLS context in the next slide. So TLS stands for Transport Layer Security, which will help you to send the data securely from your mule application to other system. So when you define the TLS context, right, certificates comes into picture. So you're going to have a digital certificate need to be configured to verify the TLS entity. To verify the TLS entity, we use this digital certificates. So you're going to verify the identity of a client or you're going to verify the identity of the server. And you transfer the data securely. Let's say if you're transferring the data securely from client to server. So you're going to define this TLS context and then you will define the digital certificates. And there are two ways you can configure or you can send the data. So one is one-way handshaking and another is a two-way handshaking. So these certificates are used for one-way or two-way handshaking. So in the one-way handshaking, so client will be sending the request to server. So server has to present its digital certificate to the client so that client can validate that certificate. Means client is checking the validity of the server, and client should trust the server entity in the one-way handshake. And in the two-way handshake, so first client will trust the server entity, and after that server should also trust the client entity. So client will send its digital certificate to be validated by the server. Okay, so once the handshaking is established, then the data will be encrypted. Data will be encrypted with public key, and it can be decrypted with the corresponding private key. So we're going to discuss more about the handshaking in the next slide. So what this digital certificate contains? This digital certificate contains the public key of server or public key of the client, and the organization who is issuing that certificate. So we use a certificate authority here, like Semantic or VeriSign, which can issue the certificates, and this organization can validate the authenticity of that certificate as well. Okay, a certificate which is issued by that organization, like VeriSign or Semantic, CA authority. If a certificate is issued by the CA authority, then it is validated by CA authority only. Or you can use your own self-signed certificate by, you can generate a self-signed certificate using Java Keytail. So we're going to use this self-signed certificate in the next walkthrough. So we'll create a self-signed certificate that will not be validated by the certificate authority. Only for the signed certificate, clients make a request to the certificate authority to check the authenticity of that certificate. Okay, if it is signed certificate, you can take the help from certificate authority to check the authenticity of that certificate. So this is what happens in the one-way handshaking. Okay, so there is a client here, server. So client is sending a hello message to the server. Okay, so in this one-way handshaking, what happens is server will respond with its public key. So server will have a key store and a trust store here. So over in the client also you will have a key store and trust store. So when the client is sending a request, server will go to its key store, and the public key is stored over there. So server will respond with its public key to the client. So now if this is a signed certificate, then the client will make a call to the CA authority to check the authenticity of that certificate. And if it is valid certificate, then the data will be encrypted and data will be exchanged between client and certificate. So this is one-way handshaking. There is no trust store. You are using CA authority to check the authenticity. If the TLS server, this server is using self-signed certificate or a certificate that is not signed by CA. Okay, so again in this handshaking technique, right, client will send a hello message, server gonna send the public key. Server will never share its private key. Okay, server will respond with the public key, and the client is using its own trust store to validate this client request. Sorry, to validate the server identity. Okay, and once the certificate is valid, once it has checked the certificate is valid, then the data will be encrypted and the data is exchanged in a secure manner. So in the two-way handshake, what happens in the two-way handshake? So first client will send a request to server, and server is responding back with its public key. Okay, so now client will use its own trust store. So this public key will be validated by the trust store. And once it is valid, once it has verified, now the client will present its public key, which will be validated by the server trust. And if the trust is established, then the data is encrypted and the data will be secure. Data will be transferred between client and server. Okay. So now let's understand how the certificates work on Cloud Hub. Okay, let's say for example, you have deployed an application on the Cloud Hub, which is exposed on HTTPS endpoint. So client, so after you deployed, client will be shared with a well-known URL. So client going to hit a request using that well-known URL, and the protocol is HTTPS now. So client will be sending request on 443. So this request will be received by the shared load balancer. Okay, so it is received by the shared load balance because we are sending it on well-known URL, that cloudhub.io, means it goes through the shared load balancer. So as it is sent on HTTPS protocol, right, the shared load balancer has to validate that request. And at this point, Mulesoft is already having some certificates configured at the shared load balancer level. So over here, Mulesoft is responsible to validate the client request. So all the certificates are managed by Mulesoft at this point, and we don't have any control on this certificate. So once they have checked the client authenticity, now the client request will be forwarded to the Mule, one of the worker on which your Mule application is deployed. And at this point, it's the developer responsibility to check the authenticity of that certificate. So we're gonna create a Mule application now, which will be exposed on the HTTPS endpoint. So we're gonna use the digital certificate to check the authenticity of that certificate. So we're gonna create a self-signed certificate now by using a Java key tool command. We're gonna create a self-signed certificate to check the authenticity of that certificate. Okay, we are heading over to the second walkthrough now. So over here, we'll interact with Anypoint Studio. We build a Mule application, checking PAPI application by importing that specification from the Exchange into the Studio. Then we'll create a self-signed certificate using the Java key tool, and we'll configure that certificate in your Mule application, which will be exposed on HTTPS endpoint. Then this Mule application will be deployed to the Cloud Hub, and this Mule application will be linked with the API instance available in the API manager using the auto discovery mechanism. Okay, so let's get started with this walkthrough. So please come back to the studio, everyone. And I just need a confirmation. I have already explained this one. Have you taken the backup of your M2? So go to C drive, users Satu. Make sure you have already taken your backup, okay? Just don't want to mess up with your production data. So take a backup, okay? So close your studio. If you have already done that, then ignore this one, okay? So close the studio, take a backup of your M2 and reopen your studio, and then you're all good, okay? Okay, come back to the studio and let's create a new project here. So go to the file, new Mule project. So I need a green check mark if you're all ready with the studio. So if you have not taken the backup, please do it now and reopen the studio and green check mark. I can wait for you. If you have already done this, leave a green check mark, okay? Okay, I think I got check marks from most of them, okay. Okay, name of the project, let's call this as check-in-papi, all lowercase with a dash as a separator, okay? Check-in-papi. So let me give this in the chat. And go to the next section, import a published API. So this is already selected. So let's import our specification from the Exchange. So click on this green plus button over here from Exchange. Green plus button from Exchange. Okay, so we have to add our account, our platform account. So it is pointing to my previous one. Okay, so add account. So click on add account, everyone. Click on add account. And please log in with your platform credentials. Okay, we already saved it over here in the text document. Okay, so make sure your username is selected over here, the account which we created this morning. Production ready. This is my username. Now search for checking Papi. Okay, so this is the asset available in the Exchange. And you should see your organization name, I'm sorry, on the right side. So let's add this asset to the right side, okay? So click on this add button. So select check-in Papi, add it to the selected modules, then click finish. Click finish. So it's downloading your check-in Papi asset into the from the Exchange. Okay, now go forward and click on finish button. And this is your org ID, 53200 is my org ID. You can check, go back and check, and it is the same. Okay, we already saved the org ID. So click finish, everyone. It's going to take a while to create a new project by importing that open API specification. Okay, so if your project is created successfully, leave a green check mark, everyone. Yeah, I'm waiting for a few more check marks.
I'm getting a dependency error. I don't know why.
Okay, Sangameshwar, right? Hold on, Sangameshwar. I'll pass the control to you. Let me look at your screen. Could you please share your screen? Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah.
An error occurred.
1 minute.
Okay. Resolving the dependency. Click OK. Can you show me your M2 repository, please? Did you take in the backup?
Yes, yes. I already did.
Okay. Go to the M2 repository. Open up this. Yeah, delete this one and delete this 9515. This is your org ID, right? Yeah, delete this. Now try it again. Come back to this. Click OK. Click cancel. Click cancel again. Okay, now launch your exchange then.
It,
Okay.
it might have created.
Looks like it's working now. Okay. Oh, same error.
Same error, yeah.
Dependency.
You click on the error log.
It is not showing me the error.
Maybe you have to close this studio and do it again. Okay. So do one thing, close this studio and go back to your M2 repository. And if you see that folder, delete it and again come back. Okay. So do these steps and let me know. Okay.
All right. I'll restart my studio.
Yeah. Better you restart. So first close the studio and go back to your M2 repository. Delete everything. Delete the entire M2 rep. Okay.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
I'm taking the control back from you. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Get my attention once you are ready. Okay. I can repeat the steps for you.
Okay.
Okay. So everyone look at my screen. Please look at my screen. So we created this new project, right? Check-in Papi by importing your open API specification in the exchange. We created this project and under the SRC main view, we have API.xml, which is automatically generated by this API Kit plugin. So API Kit is responsible for importing this YAML specification and created this project. So what we got in the API, let me do a collapse all here. So in the API.xml, it has generated this flows automatically for me. First one is main router flow, second one is console flow, and it has generated two scaffolding flows based on your resource method pairing. So over here, if you look at API designer, there are two methods, check-in, approval, two resources. So it has generated two flows based on this resource method pairing. Resource is check-in and this is the method. This is the resource and this is the method. So total it has generated two flows based on your resource method pairing in your specification. So what this main router flow contains? So let me expand API main. Okay. So this is having a listener and API kit router. And look at the error handling section. It has generated all these error handlers. So for a moment, I'm going to minimize this error handling section. So minimize your error handling section. Now go to the API main listener. Open the main router flow listener. Open the properties. Okay. Go to the API main router flow listener. And this is the entry point for your web service. So you will be sending the request using this path now. So you are sending the request to this main router flow listener. Okay, so open up the listener properties, everyone. Connector configuration, it is already created. And path is /API/star. Yeah, Anurag, I saw your message. My flows did not import it successfully. Okay, let me look at your screen. Okay. Show me a specification, please, in the design center. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is correct. Yeah, your specification looks good. Okay. Show me your exchange. Please head over to the exchange. Okay. Okay, two, right? Yeah. This is also correct.
Might be the proxy issue also.
They told me like scaffolding failed while importing this.
Yeah, so do it again. All good with your specification. I think it should create a API.xml, right? Delete
Yes.
this project and do it again. But maybe again you will get that dependency issues, I guess. Try it again. Otherwise, you have to go back to the M2 repository and delete it. Click cancel, file new project. File new project. Check in PAPI, check -in -PAPI. Yeah. Click on that plus button from Exchange. Yeah, search for check in PAPI. Click finish. Click finish again.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm getting the same error.
No, I think this is related to your proxy organization machines.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's to have a look there once.
Mhm.
Okay, Sangameshwar. Proxy related issues means I did not get it. Hold on, I'm passing the control to you.
No, I'm getting the same error. This is what I'm doing.
Mhm.
Like, I'm not getting the
Error log, right?
error log, yes, and it is getting created the
Mhm.
same file. Created them this folder just now, okay,
Mhm.
but getting the same error.
Okay, click finish. No, no, no. Can you go back to the file explorer, please? Go back to your M2 repository.
Mhm.
Why it is then having this nested folder 592650?
This is
This
the
is my
user
username. Okay.
yes.
This is your username.
Yes.
592. Okay. You're all maybe some problem.
No, that's what
Yes.
Shubha.
Mm-hmm.
Proxy, the organization proxy might be blocking the connection
Okay.
exchange. So we need to take a look at the proxy and we need to import the exchange certificates to CS certs and then the connection would be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you please help Sangameshwar, please, Prashant? CS Edwards, should he check with the IT department or he can do it all by himself?
I think he can do it all himself.
Okay. Can you please guide him?
Yeah, sure. I will share a knowledge article on that. We can follow
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, we're gonna take a break now, Sangameshwar. Okay. Meanwhile, you can watch my steps. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. And please share it in the chat window, so that it's gonna be helpful for everyone. Okay. Thank you. And Anurag, are you good?
No, Shubha, and the flows. Still it got failed. Careful.
Check in Papi only, right? No worries. You can use check in Papi only. Okay. Don't rename it. Okay.
But no flows are there.
No flows are there. Okay.
Yeah.
So go to your check in Papi here and go to any point platform. Just try this one.
Yeah.
No, no, not this one. Oh, sorry. Mule. What is that option? Manage dependency point platform. Why I don't see that option? Download. Not download. Yeah, try this one. API specs, checking topic, generate flows.
Okay. Let me try.
What is the studio version you are using? Latest, right?
11.
11. Okay. 11, then you should not have any issues. Try this one, okay? Try this one and let me know. Okay. So everyone head over to the main router flow listener. So I need a green check mark if you are good at this point. Yeah, thank you, Prashant. Sangameshwar, can you look at this document and please resolve your issue, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
So this is the page which Prashant has shared with us, okay? Or we can do it together in the break time also, okay? I think should be fine. Just let me know if you have any issues. We can take help from Prashant also. Okay, so now everyone head over to the API, main router flow listener. Yeah. So Prashant is asking you to follow step 1 and step 3 and pass your JDK path over there, okay? Yeah, thank you, Prashant. Thank you so much. So go to the listener path, everyone. So it's always a good practice to give your version name here, version number V1, V1 slash star. So change your path to slash API slash V1 slash star, everyone. So let me paste this in the chat. And also change it in the console. Okay, so main router flow will be the entry point for your web service. So just below that we have API console listener. Open up your API console. So using this API console, you can test this Mule application. Okay, so API console is similar to the window which you see in the API portal page. It's going to open up the same window to test this Mule application. So go to the API console listener. Over here also you're going to change the path to slash v1 slash star. Save the changes. Okay, now let's run this project, everyone. You will right click and run the project, check in Papi project. And open up your ARC or Postman, anything should be fine. Yeah, I saw your message, Anurag. I'll resolve it during the break, okay?
Okay.
Go forward and run your project, everyone. And also meanwhile, please launch your ARC to send the request. Okay, so over to the ARC, everyone. And the method over here, change this method. Let me delete everything I got in the history. So go to the request URL section. So method, change it to put method. And the URL http colon localhost / localhost colon 8081 slash, and the path is /API /tickets. So after API you can enter anything /API, sorry /v1 and then tickets, right? We just added the version number also /API /v1, and after that you have the tickets endpoint, right? Tickets, and in the tickets you have to pass your PNR number. So I'm using this APC1234 is my PNR number / and then comes your endpoint, check-in endpoint. We are hitting check-in endpoint now. Localhost colon 8081 /API /tickets, your PNR number and the endpoint we are hitting. So let me paste this in the chat for everyone. And the method is put over here. So we need to pass a request body, right? Go to the body section. Go to the body section. Okay, so raw input, change this to JSON, MIME type, change it to JSON. And we need to pass two properties here. One is your last name, and last name is Smith, and it's separated by comma. And the next one is numbax. P is uppercase, numbax, and number of backs is 2. So if your deployment is successful over here, status is showing as deployed, then come back to the ARC and hit this request. And just verify this payment ID is returned as a response. So when you hit a request, so please look at my screen. So you are hitting this request. So this request will be received by this API main router flow listener. So this listener is receiving that request. Let me open up the listener properties. Okay, so path is /API /v1, right? We are sending the request on the same path. And after that star means you can include anything. Tickets, ABC, this is the endpoint. We are working check-in is the endpoint. So this listener has received that request, and the listener job is to generate a mule event object. So listener will receive that request and it will generate a mule event object. And in the mule event object, you have attributes, payloads, and variables. This is the structure of your mule event object. So now listener has generated this event structure and it is passed to the API kit router. Now the job of this API kit router based on your method you're invoking. So method is put and the resource is check-in. So it's going to invoke the /check-in endpoint at the bottom. So put method is put and /check-in is the endpoint. So this particular flow will be invoked. So API kit router will send your mule event object from the top. So this API kit router, this main router flow in the API kit router. So it is calling the put scaffolding flow. This API kit router is invoking this put scaffolding flow. And over here we got two transform messages. So open up the first one. And in the first transform message, a variable PNR is created. And in that we are storing URA parameter PNR value. So what is the URA parameter? We are passing ABC123. So we are capturing this value and we are storing in this variable. And the next transform message, you can see there is a hard-coded payment ID, which is always returned as a response when you hit this put method. So when you hit this put check-in endpoint, always this hard-coded payment ID is returned as a response, and you see the same output over. payment ID returned as a response. It's hard coded. Okay, so we are not focused on the implementation logic over here in this production ready course. So we're going to understand the best and practices, how you can expose it on HTTPS protocol. Okay, how you can deploy this application to multiple environments by performing the Maven build. So we are not focused on the implementation. So it's going to always return this hard coded value. When you hit this put slash check-in. So we got one more endpoint here, right? That is payment approval. So we'll hit the payment approval endpoint as well. So come back to the ARC. All good with this one. Give a green check mark. The payment ID is returned as a response. Okay. Now open up a new tab here. So we'll hit a request to payment approval. So change the method. Change the method to put. It's again a put method here, right? Put payment approval. Endpoint is payment approval. So copy the same URL from the previous step. Just copy the same URL, paste it in the new tab. Only thing we're going to change is the resource name. Resource name is payment approval. And this method will always expect a request body. So go to the body section. We're going to pass the request parameters now. So first one is payment ID. Okay, so this I'm going to copy from the manual. Okay, payment ID and payer ID. This we need to pass it over here. Payment ID and payer. So let me share this in the chat for everyone. Okay, I'll share this in the chat. So method is put. We are hitting the payment approval. So we are passing the payment ID over here. So hit a request. Okay, MIME type. I'm so sorry. Change the MIME type to JSON and then hit a request and just verify boarding pass is returned as a response. So this payment approval, it's an automatic service. Okay, so once the passenger check into any airline, and if the passenger is having some additional baggages, the check-in will be successful and then the passenger will be directed to this payment approval. It's an automatic service which is involved behind the scene. So now the payment approval process, the passenger going to make the additional payment. They're going to pay the additional dollars and the boarding pass is displayed once the payment is approved. Okay, so these are the two endpoints and it's working fine. So now look at the put slash tickets payment approval. So we are hitting this endpoint now. This flow will be, this scaffolding flow is invoked. So in the transform message, again we are creating a variable PNR. In that we are storing the value ABC 123, 1234, and the next transform message, it's hard coded boarding pass is returned as a response all the time. So we are not focused on this implementation logic. As of now, it is returning the hard coded stuff or sample data. Okay. Okay. So now come back to the API main router flow listener. Router flow listener. Okay, so first part is completed. We created a mule application by importing the check-in PAPI specification from the exchange. We imported it into the studio and we created our mule application. So next step is to expose that mule application on the HTTPS endpoint. So come back to the studio. Come back to the studio. Go to the API main router flow listener. Okay, so this connector configuration, it is already created. So click on the edit, not on the plus button. Click on the edit button. Edit button. And over here, the protocol is HTTP. So let's change this to HTTPS protocol. HTTPS protocol. And port is 8081. So let's change this to 8082. Okay, so if it is a secure transfer, if it's a secure communication, then we have to define a TLS context. And in the TLS context, if you're going to choose a global reference, so you'll create a TLS configuration here, where you're going to give the details of your digital certificate, which is going to be validated by the client. So all this information, so we need to, at this point, we need to create a digital certificate which can validate this particular TLS entity. So to create this digital certificate for the secure communication, we're going to use the, we'll create a self-signed certificate using the Java key tool command. So click OK. So we'll come back and we'll make changes in the TLS configuration. Okay, so click OK everyone. So in the general section, we change the protocol to HTTPS, port is 8082. So then again, we'll come back and we'll give the information about our digital certificate so that it can validate the TLS entity. Click OK here. Click OK. And these certificates, we're going to keep it in the SRC main resources. Okay, head over to the SRC main resources, everyone. On the left side in the package explorer, head over to the SRC main resources and do a right click over here. Create a new folder. New folder. Create a new folder and call it as certs, certificates or certs in plural. So we are creating a new folder with name certs. Click finish. And in the certs folder, we'll keep all our certificates which are used for this validating the TLS entity. Okay, so now come back to the file explorer, everyone. Come back to the file explorer. Go to C drive, your workspace. Your workspace folder. C drive, your workspace folder. And this is the workspace name. 20 June 2022. So select your workspace, today's date. And in this workspace, we created this check-in PAPI project. So open up your check-in PAPI project. Go to SRC, main, resources, and then search folder. Your project, select SRC, main, resources, search folder. And from this location, start a command prompt window. So shortcut to start the command prompt window, select this entire address, replace it with CMD and press enter. So this is the shortcut we're going to use to start the terminal from that location. So in the command prompt window, make sure you are in C drive workspace, check in PAPI project, SRC main resources search folder. So this is the location where we want to store our security files or digital certificate, and we'll create a self-signed certificate now. So I need a green check mark if anybody is on Mac. Okay, green check mark if you are using Mac. Anybody is using Mac, green check mark please. If you are a Mac user. Okay, no one, everyone is on Windows, right? Okay. So now I'll pass the command to create this security file, okay, for Windows. So I'm sharing this in the chat window. Okay, so I'm pasting this in the chat. So please copy this key tool command, everyone, from the chat and paste it over here. Okay, so this key tool command will generate a key pair and the key algorithm is RSA, and we are specifying a domain name, and it will ext-san means it will create some chain certificates. Okay, validity 365 days. So it's going to expire after 365 days. Alias is server, key store. So it will create a certificate with this name, check in papi-dev, the extension P12. This is your security digital. We are creating a public certificate here, which we're going to put it in the key store later. And store type is this one, and store password is mule12345. Okay, so go forward and execute this command, everyone. Okay, it has generated a public key certificate, okay, and it is available in the same search folder. So go back to your file explorer and you should see this check-in papi-dev.p12, extension is P12. Okay, so run that command and it should create a check-in papi-dev.p12 security file. Okay, so if you're all good till this point, if your certificate is created successfully, come back to the studio and refresh your project. Okay, refresh your project, save your changes, and just go to SRC main resource search folder and you should see your security file. Just by refreshing your project, you should see your security file under the search folder. So green check mark if you're good till this point. Okay, so now we're gonna put this information, this security file information, the key store in the TLS context. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll create a TLS context. We're gonna define the TLS context, which will contain this certificate information, which can validate the client request. Okay, so now go to the API.xml file, everyone, or check in Papi, API.xml file, and go to the global elements view. At the base of canvas, switch to the global elements view, and then head over to the create button on the right side, and we'll create a TLS context now. So search for TLS, everyone. Search for TLS, select this TLS context, click OK. Okay, so as of now, you can ignore the trust store. So it's going to be optional for us. So go to the key store configuration. Go to the key store configuration, and over here, you're going to provide the information about your security file, which will validate the client request. So type, what is the type? We are using PKCS12. So just go back to the command and I'll show you. So we are using a type here, PKCS12. So store type is PKCS12, and path is certs. Hold on, I'll just paste the path in the chat. Let me type it over here, certs, and in the certs folder. So we created this certificate in the certs folder. In the certs folder, this is the file name. So type the file name, check-in-papi-dev.p12. No worries, I'm going to paste this in the chat in a moment. Okay, this is the path from where it can read that security file. Alias is the, we used alias as a server right here. Where is the alias? Okay, on the top I guess. Alias is server. Okay, so let's give the alias as server. Key password mule12345. Key password is mule12345. Even we pass the same password over here while generating this certificate. So store password is mule12345. So let's provide the same value here. So password is also same. Algorithm, just leave it blank. Okay. So just give this information in the key store and then click OK.
Hello.
Click OK. Yes.
Shubha, the password is also mule one two three four five.
12345. Yes, yes. Both are same.
I think you gave 1234.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, 12345. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, thank you. Click OK. Now let's use this TLS context in our HTTP listener configuration. Okay, so now go back to the API, HTTP listener config. Open up this. Okay, already we set the protocol to HTTPS, port is 8082. Now go to the TLS tab, switch to the TLS tab. So TLS configuration changes to global reference. And we already created the global reference. So click this drop down and you should see the TLS context. Okay, click OK. Click OK. Don't do the test connection because we are already running that project, right? Stop it and then come back and do the test connection. It should work. Okay, so I'm going to stop the project and let me open up this and your test connection should work now. Stop the project and then open up this window again And please do a test connection and just ensure the test connection works, okay? So test connection is successful at my end. Click OK. If the test connection is successful, click OK. Then let's deploy this application. So do a right click and run the project. Save all the changes and redeploy your application. Okay, so if your deployment is already successful, come back to the ARC, go to the first tab in the ARC. So method is put, but there is a change in the URL. So now we are exposing it on HTTPS protocol. So change this one. So protocol, change it to HTTPS and the port number it's 8082. Change the protocol to 8082 and then send a request. Once the deployment is successful over here, then you can go forward and hit this request where protocol is HTTPS, port is 8082. Hit the request and just verify the same payment ID returned as a response. Okay. So I'm still waiting here. So green check mark if the same payment ID is returned as a response at your end.
Okay, Subha, can you bring back your TLS context again on the screen?
Sure. So go to the key store configuration. This is what you need to configure over there.
Thanks.
No problem. So my application is deployed. Yes, Neha.
So while testing,
Sorry, your
its
voice is a bit low.
configuration,
Sorry, can you say it again? We can't hear you clearly. Yeah, I'll come to you, Neha. Just give me
yeah,
2 minutes. Yeah.
am
Now,
I
yeah.
audible
Now
now?
you're. Yes, yes. Very
Yeah,
clear.
okay. I was saying while testing this configuration, right? I'm getting error saying key store must be configured for server side SSL.
Okay. Hold on. I'll just get back to you. Okay. Maybe you are having some security issues. Okay. You cannot
Okay.
expose on 8082, I guess. Okay. I'll come back to you. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Everyone come back. Look at my screen at ARC. I'm hitting a request, right? Payment ID is returned as a response. So this is the URL. I'm pasting this in the chat. Just verify you get the response back. Okay, payment ID is the response. So green check mark if you're good till this point. Okay. So next we're gonna come back after the lunch break and we're gonna register this Mule application. This Mule application, where this Mule application is running, it is running in your embedded Mule runtime server. So this Studio comes with your Mule runtime server, which is embedded, which is integrated with Studio. So this Mule application, this check-in Papi project, we're gonna integrate or we're gonna establish a connection between your check-in Papi project in your Anypoint Studio with your API manager, the API instance which you have created over here. So your Mule application will be linked with this API instance. And then the status will go change to active. Then we'll apply the policies to restrict the access and the usage. Okay, so these are the, we're going to discuss the next part after this register API implementation using auto discovery, and then we're going to deploy it to our Cloud Hub as well. Okay, so we're going to discuss these things after the lunch break. So if the payment ID is returned as a response, leave a green check mark. Then we'll continue after the lunch break. So I'm starting the timer. So we'll take a 1 hour lunch break now. So if you have any issues with the walkthroughs, please stay back and I'm having, so it will ask you to kill the already existing instance, okay? Or you can stop this project. So terminate the application which is already running and redeploy your application. Let me run the project. Deploy your application, everyone. So once the deployment is successful, so come back to the API manager and just make sure you see this instance status is changed to active. From unregistered, it will change to active. Means a link will be established between your check-in Poppy project in AnyPoint Studio with this instance ID.
Shubha, my case it is failing because I'm unable to connect to the like
API
that
manager.
API. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe some proxy issues, Sangameshwar, at
Yes,
your
yes,
end.
yes. Correct. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. In the next step, we're going to deploy it to the Cloud Hub. Okay, it should work over there. Then in that case, you have to disable your auto discovery. So I'll pass one command to you
Mm-hmm.
to disable the auto discovery. Hold on. Okay, just a second. I'm still checking on it. I'll just share it in a while. Yeah, it's deployed at my end. Okay. So just look at the console messages, everyone. Okay, so I'm just waiting to see that message where it's gonna say that this API ID, this 179182006 at my end, this API ID is unblocked. So you should see that message. I think it has not, still not showing up that message. So meaning here, this link has been established between your Mule application with that API instance. Now the policies can be applied, okay? So if you go back to the API manager, just refresh this page and just check it at your end if the status is changed to active. Okay, it's still not reflected. We're gonna check in a while. Okay, so now come back to the ARC, hit a
So,
request.
Shubha, this link has been established because we imported this API from Exchange. That's
Yeah.
why, right? I mean, when we are deploying here, it is directly able to connect to API manager and link the API ID.
And
But
also we are managing this asset in the exchange, we are managing this asset in the API manager, right? And we have passed this API ID to establish that link. So we are passing this ID in the Mule application over here. So we pass
in
this
our
ID
global
over here,
element
global,
configuration,
yeah.
right?
And also we pass the client ID and client secret. So by using this auto discovery mechanism, that link has been established, okay?
Hmm.
Yeah, as you
Yeah.
said, your asset you're managing is in your exchange. So we created our Mule application by importing this asset in the exchange, right? So now your asset in the exchange is linked with this instance ID because we created this instance by importing this asset in the API manager. And the same specification we imported here to create the project. So there is a link between your asset in the exchange, your API instance in the API manager, and it is now linked with this API, with this Mule application.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, please everyone try to send a request and make sure your payment ID is returned as a response. So make sure everything it is working locally. So let me check the status. So status should also go change to active. Okay. Yeah, now it is showing active at my end. So if you're all good, please leave a green check mark. If status is changed to active, please hit a request as well in the studio, sorry, in the ARC. And if the payment ID is returned as a response, then you're all good. Okay, so Sangameshwar, I'm checking for you, disabled, right? Okay. Okay, so just use this switch, Sangameshwar, in the argument section, okay? -m, -d, any point, dot platform, dot gatekeeper, disable.
Okay.
Add this and API ID is already configured, okay? At least you should see it is working locally, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Now let's do the last part. If you are all good, let's do the last part of this walkthrough. So I'm still waiting for the check marks, okay? Anurag, are you able to generate the flows?
No, no.
It's not still not working.
Yeah.
Can you install the latest version of Studio, please?
Actually, it's my office machine, and I'm not able to download that.
Oh. Can you use your personal laptop by any chance? Not possible.
Yeah, not possible.
Create a new workspace, Anurag. Otherwise, create a new workspace. Switch to a new workspace and try to create that project and write off. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Or do all the steps from the beginning. Delete your specification. Create a new one in the design center. Publish to the exchange. Import it back into the studio. Maybe
Yeah.
some problem with your group ID as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a few more check marks. So then we're going to discuss the last part here. So we'll go to the runtime manager. We'll deploy our application to Cloud Hub now. Okay, that will use a shared load balancer to validate your certificates. For shared load balancer going to validate your certificate. Then the shared load balancer will route your request to the check-in PAPI project on the worker on which it is deployed. And in the Mule application, we already configured our certificate security file to validate the client request. Okay, let's manually deploy our Mule application to Cloud Hub now. So please everyone open up your runtime manager now. So come back to the studio and stop this project. Stop this project. Then head over to runtime manager browser page. Open this in a new tab. So open up your runtime manager browser page and let's deploy our check-in PAPI project manually to the dev environment. Okay. So in the runtime manager, select the environment dev. Okay, so make sure you're in the runtime manager dev environment. So we're going to start the new deployment now. So click on this button, deploy application. So name of the application. Or let's call this as hold on. So I'll just check in the manual. So stick to manual now. starts with your name, okay, today's date, and hyphen check hyphen in hyphen papi hyphen dev. Okay, so let me paste this in the chat. So replace my name with your name, your first name or last name, thing should be fine. So this is the application name, and deployment target Cloud Hub, it is already selected. And application file, we have to load our jar file over here, and this jar file is available in your checking papi target folder. So we already deployed from the runtime manager, sorry, from the Anypoint Studio. So your jar will be available in the target folder. So we're going to upload from the target folder now. So click on this choose file, upload file. Click on choose file, upload file. Now head over to the C drive, workspace location in C drive. C drive, your workspace. Select your workspace name with today's date. And over here we created a project called as check-in papi. So select it and then head over to the target folder and select this check-in papi mule application.jar. So in this mule application, we already added the API ID element, auto discovery global element is already there. Okay, let's upload this jar file, click open and go to the properties, text view. So we're gonna add two properties over here. So that this mule application, this jar file, this mule application will be linked with the API manager with this instance ID. Okay, so this mule application will authenticate now using the client ID and client secret values, which we are going to pass in the next step. Okay, so open up your text document, and these are the credentials we're going to pass it now. Anypoint.platform.client ID, anypoint.platform.client secret. So copy these two properties and paste it in the runtime manager properties tab on the new line. Okay, so this mule application now will be linked with the API manager. So it's going to authenticate using this credential. And in this jar file, we have already added the API ID element. Okay, so go forward and deploy your application.
Shubha, we should remove that hyphens sign, right?
No. Hyphen is needed. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So this is how you
Hyphen
pass
is
the
not
property.
needed, Shiva.
Not needed.
I too believe it's not needed, Shubha.
Needed. Yeah. So I'm so sorry. Yeah. Go to the settings area. Yeah. Properties. Yeah. Please remove that hyphen. Okay. I'm so sorry. I was little distracted. Yeah. Remove that hyphen. Okay. Anypoint.platform.client ID and remove from here also. Okay. Okay, let me click apply changes. Redeploy your application. Okay, so it will be redeployed to a new worker. So if you go to the logs, you will see the new deployment has just started. Okay. So open up your logs page, and if this worker is coming online, then we can send a request. Okay, so when this mule application is coming online, this mule application will be connected to this instance ID, and the status will again change it to active. Okay. So now come back to the runtime manager, dashboard, and copy this domain URL, everyone. Copy this link address. So just do a right click and copy the link address. Okay. Don't copy it directly. Copy the link address. So this is your implementation URL. Remember when we are managing this instance in the API manager, we have to provide the implementation URL. Okay, so open up your instance in the API manager. Check in PAP instance. Open up your instance. So click on the asset name and then scroll down a bit to the runtime and endpoint configuration section. Expand this section, everyone. Just click on this arrow button, expand it, and provide your implementation URL over here. So replace with everything. And protocol is HTTPS protocol. So change it to HTTPS, everyone. And go to the end of the URL /API/v1 is compulsory. This is your endpoint. So protocol, change it to HTTPS and then append /API/v1. Okay, so copy this implementation URL, copy this whole thing and paste it in the consumer endpoint as well. And now click on the save button. Click on the save. Now go to the top and refresh this page and just make sure your consumer endpoint, it is now showing up. Okay. So your implementation URL and consumer endpoint, you should see the implementation URL and consumer endpoint. And this consumer endpoint, just look at my screen, everyone. This consumer endpoint will show up in the exchange. This consumer endpoint will show up in the exchange. So we're going to hit a request to this consumer endpoint in the exchange now. And this consumer endpoint will forward your request to your actual implementation URL. This is your actual product. So we created a API instance. We have created a API policy enforcement endpoint here. Yeah, this is the enforcement endpoint of your API instance. And the client will be seeing this URL. So client will see this URL in the exchange now. And client will be hitting to your consumer endpoint. That will forward your request to your actual product. And if you're applying some policies, the policy will be applied on this consumer endpoint. So this proxy will check if the policy violations are not happening, then only it will forward the request to the actual implementation URL. Okay, so now check in the runtime manager. So deployment is still going on. Let me look at the logs. Yeah, worker is online, then we are all good. We can hit a request. So we already set the consumer endpoint. So this is going to show up in the exchange now. So come back to the exchange, everyone. Come back to the exchange. Refresh this page. Then open up your asset. Check in PAPI asset in the exchange.
Shubha, just a minute. Where to add the endpoint URL in consumer or implementation?
Both.
Both.
Both
Okay.
are same actually. Go to your runtime and endpoint configuration, right?
Yeah.
So over here, first update your implementation URL. It is having HTTPS protocol, okay?
Okay.
And append /API/v1. Go to the end of the URL and append this. Okay, then copy the whole thing and put it in the consumer endpoint. Now everyone head over to the exchange. /ticket/check-in is the endpoint we are hitting now. Put method, select put method. And over here you should see the dev instance. So we created this v1 instance. This is your API ID. So we are hitting this dev v1 instance API ID. And just make sure you see the consumer endpoint URL now. Start with your name, check-in PAPI -10. Means we are hitting the consumer endpoint, which will forward the request to your actual implementation URL. And providing PNR number is mandatory. So just add PNR number here. And then try hitting the request. And make sure the payment ID returned as a response. You are hitting the dev instance, okay? You are hitting the consumer endpoint, which will forward the request to your actual implementation. So green check mark if this is working fine. Send a request in the exchange and just verify this payment ID returned as a response. Then leave a green check mark everywhere. And if you go back to the logs, right, go to your runtime manager logs. Remember we applied message logging policy to log the attributes. So it has logged the attributes over here. So message logging policy is applied. So once the status is changed to active, right? So API instance is active. Now the policies will be enforced. So we applied this message logging policy and it is logging all the attributes. So you can check in the logs as well. And that's complete our walkthrough. And we finish with our module 1. So let me start the slideshow of module 2. We're going to at least cover 2 topics in the module 2 by end of today's session. I'm getting 400 error, okay. Let me look at your screen, Pranali. Can you please share your screen?
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
No,
Okay.
we cannot see your screen. Okay, now it's coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it. You can see it now. Protocol not followed. Scroll up. Your endpoint is incorrect. Go back to your API manager. API manager.
Here. Yeah.
Okay. So HTTPS. This is correct. Show me the exchange again. Refresh this page, Pranali. No, you have selected a different server, right? Go to the select server.
Okay. Just a second.
Select the dev instance, okay? On it, click on that marking service drop down. Yeah, select the
Okay.
last one.
Now, yeah.
And search for, set the PNR number.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's all
Thank you.
good, okay? Taking the control back from you. So green check mark if you're all good with the module 1. You have understood the concept and all good with the module 1. Then we're going to get started with module 2. Okay, module 2, applying the basic software engineering principles. So we'll apply the basic software engineering principle to our Mule application or check-in Poppy project, and then we're going to discuss the Maven build also. So all the basic of engineering things will be discussed over here. So goal of this module 2. So in our check-in Poppy project, we're going to refactor our code. And we'll follow the try principle over here. Try principle, try stands for don't repeat yourself, means as much as possible, we have to avoid the redundancy. We have to avoid the duplication of the code in your Mule project. Okay, so we're going to head over to the SRC main Mule. And by the end of module 2, you will end up with multiple configuration files here. Like global.xml, error.xml, main.xml. So we're going to create multiple configuration files here, so that we can move the code where it logically belongs to. Like all the global error elements, we're going to put it in the global.xml. All the error handlers will be moved to error.xml, and this main.xml file will contain all your implementation logic. So there should be separation from your interface with your backend implementation. Your interface is api.xml, and this api.xml for backend logic, it's going to call the main.xml. And also we're going to create multiple property files which contains information specific to an environment. We're going to discuss about encryption of your properties and also how to perform the Maven build. And we're going to deploy our application independent of Studio by executing this Maven commands over here in this module 2. So at the end of this module, we're going to discuss the coding conventions which are suggested by Mulesoft, and then how you can parameterize your Mule application. Based on the environment you are deploying, you can parameterize. Means we should not hard code our Mule application in the project. Instead, those properties can be externalized, and it is parameterized in a separate property file. And we're going to discuss Maven build for different runtime environments. And we're going to deploy it to the cloud hub. We're going to deploy our check-in Papi project by executing the Maven commands over here. Okay, so apply and follow coding conventions. So what are the best practices or coding conventions which are suggested by Mulesoft? Like as I already mentioned, right? No need to go with the coding conventions suggested by Mulesoft. There is no hard and fast rule that you have to follow only these conventions. It's up to the organization or it's up to that company or the developer. They can choose or they can incorporate their own organization standards as well. So first standard we're going to discuss is refactoring. So you have to refactor your code as much as possible so that you can avoid the redundancy. So you have to move your code where it logically belongs to, like all the error handlers. You're going to put it in a separate file, global elements in a separate file, and remove duplication code by following this drive principle. Don't repeat yourself. And don't write the logic in a single flow. So you can split the flows into smaller flows or subflows so that you can easily understand the code and you can refactor the code for easy maintenance of that project. So for refactoring your code, Studio is already providing some tools like extract to flow. And using this option, you can create subflows or private flows. You can rename a flow. You can rename your MUnit test cases as well. And a metadata assistant, it is already available. It will automatically detect your actual metadata. Okay. It will link your or it will propagate your existing metadata with the new flow you have referenced to it. So DRY stands for don't repeat yourself. It's a basic software engineering principle which aims at reducing repetition. So if you follow the DRY principle, then you have to write once and use it as much as possible. You're gonna write only once and use it as many times as possible, okay, so that we can avoid the duplication. And to avoid the duplication, we're going to extract the common functionality into Maven library. So this we're going to discuss on day 3, how you can create a library where you can extract the common functionality into the libraries, and this library can be used in multiple projects. And these are the coding conventions which are suggested by Mulesoft. For creating your project name, we follow a kebab case, which is having dash as a separator. So we already followed the kebab case, right? While creating our project, it's check-in-papi. It's a kebab case notation, which is separated by a dash as a notation, okay? But coming to the mule configuration files, it should be always in a lower case, like api.xml. And going forward, if you create any multiple mule configuration file, it will be always in the lower case, like health.xml, main.xml, global.xml. So this we have to create in the lower case. So we follow compact naming and it is in the lower case. And flows, subflows, global error handlers also dash as a separator. And do not change the flow names generated by API kit. Like do not change the scaffolding flow names, okay? And for global elements, we follow a camel case notation. So camel case, it starts with lowercase and separated by uppercase. So look at this example. It is starting with lowercase and this HTTP listener, it is separated by uppercase. And for code formatting, you can use a built-in Eclipse formatter. Okay, you can change the line length wrap comments by editing this configuration, or you can use some external tools like SonarLint or SonarQube for code formatting. So I'll just show you how to format the code in the XML view in this first walkthrough. So we are heading over to the first walkthrough. We'll apply the DRY principle and we're going to use Eclipse formatter for formatting the code. So come back to the studio, everyone. So go to your api.xml file, configuration XML. Okay, so get this to full screen. Configuration XML view. So just double click on top, okay, to get it to full screen. Just double click over here. And again, double click to minimize it. And don't use this option over here, otherwise you're going to mess up with your windows. So double click to come to full screen and again double click to minimize it. So get your api.xml file, everyone, to to the full screen. And over here, we have some global elements, right? So first we're going to start with the namespace. Okay, on the top you'll see the namespace. So it is using these modules for importing your, for downloading all your libraries needed for your current project. This XMLS, this is the namespace for gateway. Because we have added a auto discovery element and we are linking your Mule application with the API manager. So this is the namespace we have added for doing that job. Okay. So get all these namespaces to new line. So that your code will look very neat and clean. Okay. So get the first one, API gateway to new line. Now we are going to do the next one. So this is for documentation. And the third one is for your TLS context we have configured. And fourth one is the core module. So core module contains all the elements where we're going to drag and drop those elements for building your Mule application. Then is API kit. And then we have core module. This is for Mule Enterprise Edition core module. And next one is HTTP module. And then next is schema instance. And after the schema instance, you have exercise schema location. So in the exercise schema location, also get it to new line. And in the schema location, so just equal to, after equal to, get this to new line. Okay, so over here in the schema location, you will have the schema name and the corresponding XST file from where it has to download the modules. So the schema name is core and the associated XST file is this one, mule.sst. So we're going to keep both of them on a new line and get this to next line. So next one is HTTP and this is the corresponding XST. Then third one is API kit. Fourth one is Enterprise Edition, your Mule Runtime Enterprise Edition. Okay, so now go to the next elements, global elements. So these are all your global elements. So HTTP listener config, API kit config, TLS context, and auto discovery. These are your global elements. So for global elements, we follow the camel case notation. So this HTTP listener, this API HTTP listener config. So we're gonna replace this with the camel case notation. So your first global element is API HTTP listener config. So copy this one, everyone. Copy this one. And we're going to replace this with a camel case notation. So do a control F. So we're going to find all the occurrences of this one and we're going to replace it with API HTTP. H will be in uppercase. API HTTP listener config. So we are replacing this existing one with this new one. So I'm going to paste this in the chat for everyone. So replace the existing one with this new value. So this is your first occurrence. Okay, let's replace this and it will go to the next occurrence. Okay, so click on this button. So it's going to replace the existing selected one and it will go to the next occurrence. Okay, so this is the second occurrence. So replace this as well. And this is the third one. Replace it and we have finished with this. Okay, so save all the changes to resolve the errors. Okay, save all the changes. Okay, now go to the top again. So we're going to do the second one now. So we finish with this listener config. Now go to the second one, API kit config, API-config. Okay. So we'll find the occurrences of API-config and we have to rename this to API config where C is uppercase. So we follow the camel case notation. So find API-config and replace with this value. So API config. So this also I'm pasting in the chat. Okay, so let's replace this one and it will go to the next occurrence. So this is the second one, replace it, replace it, replace it, replace, replace until you reach to the end of the file. Okay. Then you can close this dialog box, save the changes so that it will resolve all the errors. So we are done with the API config. Now go to the top. Okay, so this is done. API config is done. Now next one is TLS context. Okay. So let's follow the camel case notation for TLS context as well. Okay, Control F, find this TLS context. Oh, I'm so sorry. TLS context and replace this with API TLS context. API TLS context. So let me paste this name in the chat. Okay, so this is the existing and we are replacing with this new content. Okay, let me find that occurrence. Okay, so this occurrence, we are replacing it with this value. So click on replace and find. So first it will replace this one and it will go to the second one. Okay, so there is only one occurrence for this one and it is changed. Now your TLS context is API TLS context. Save all the changes, everyone. Save all the changes. Okay, green check mark if you are good till this point. So this is your HTTP listener config, API TLS context. Okay, so I'm waiting for a few more check marks. Neha, Pranali, Prashant, Ramu, Anurag. Yes, Anurag. All these steps are recorded in the PDF manual. Okay. So if you can stay back after the session, also I can help you out. Okay. So did you recreate everything? Did you created a new project? The design center
Yes, I have
published.
not design center. I have created the workspace now. Currently, I'm watching you like the current step.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it. Means after this
Sure.
session, I'll try to create
So
it
that
from
issue is
start.
resolved now?
No, not yet. I have
Not
to
yet.
check
Okay.
for that. Currently, I'm watching you with the current explanation.
Okay.
It will
You
not get.
haven't done. Okay. You haven't tried. No worries. Okay. 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 So now everyone head over to the API.xml and all these global elements. So we're going to cut all these global elements and we'll move this code to the global.xml file. So this is one of the best practice we need to follow to keep all our global elements in a separate file, and let's call this as global.xml file. So select all these lines, all the global elements, listener config, API config, TLS context, and API gateway. So cut this code, everyone. Cut this code. Okay, so make sure you have selected everything. Okay, select all the global elements. Cut this code. So after you cut it, this is what you see. Now come out of the full screen. So double click on API, come out of the full screen. Then go to the package explorer on the left side and do a right click on src main mule. Let's create a new mule configuration file. So go to the package explorer, do a right click on src main mule, new mule configuration file. And let's call this as global. So we are creating a new file with name global to store all our global elements. Okay, file name is global, click finish. Okay, so we created this global.xml file. So switch to the XML view, everyone. Switch to the XML view. Created a new file called as global.xml. Hold on, I lost the screen sharing. Sorry, I lost the screen sharing. Let me share my screen again. Okay. So created this new file global.xml and switch to the XML view, the global.xml file, switch to the XML view and get this to full screen. So double click on global on the top, get it to full screen. And in the global.xml file, so first one is the XML version and next it starts with mule tag. So it's the starting mule tag and the end mule tag is over here. So go to the end mule tag and get this end mule tag to new line. So press enter over here. So get this end mule tag to new line. And paste all the global elements, paste the code you have cut it over here at line number 7. Paste all the global elements over here. So it is asking you to generate doc ID, not needed, within the same project. Okay, now save this file and make sure there are no errors. So paste all the lines, okay? Here, HTTP listener config, API config, TLS context, and auto discovery element. So paste all the global elements over here. Now switch to the global elements view and you should see all the global elements in the global elements view. So we have cut it from API. So if you go back to the API global elements, it's no longer available here. So we moved all the global elements from API to global.xml file. And going forward, if you want to create any global elements, so it should be available in the global elements and all the other mule configuration file, we're going to reference to this global element so that it can avoid the confusion. Okay, so for easy maintenance of the project, we put all the global elements in the global.xml file. So now come back to the API, switch to message flow and make sure there are no errors in the API.xml file. So green check mark if you are good with the global elements. Okay, so go to the global elements view and make sure you see all the global elements over here. And also there are no errors in your project. Make sure there are no errors in your project. So next step is little bit complicated. Okay, so please follow my instructions very carefully, where we're going to move all our error handlers into a separate file. Okay, I'm assuming everyone is good till this point. If you need any help, please let me know. You can stop me at any point. Okay. Thanks for the check marks. Few check marks are still missing. Okay, I'm assuming you're all good. Please let me know if you need any help. Okay, now go to the SRC manual, everyone, and let's create a error.xml file. So do a right click on SRC manual, mule configuration file, mule configuration file, and let's call this as error. So file name, set it to error, click finish. Okay, created this new error.xml file. Okay, created this new file error.xml.
console flow that we have, I mean, what's the use of it for a production application?
Like if you're hitting a request to the console, right, it will show a console API console will be opened over here. Okay, you're hitting the request.
No, not here. I'm talking about a production application. Let's say you have deployed your application to prod, right? So all clients or the consumers will go through your exchange. Then what's the use of console flow? Because I remember in one of our implementation, we were asked to remove as it is a security threat.
This is just used for development purpose. Okay, this API console. These error handlers are important. So what this error handler will do means it will open up a API console window where you can test this Mule application. It doesn't have any significance in the exchange.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so error.xml, we are all good, right, everyone? So we moved. So if you go back to the message flow view in the API, so go back to the API and API main error handler. So you should not see any error handler over here. It is empty. API main router flow, go to the error handling section. It is empty. And the reference you point it to the API main error handler. So reference point it to the API main error handler and save these changes. And API console also error handling section and set it to API console error handler. Okay, so next we're going to discuss one more best practice to be followed when you create a Mule application to move all the implementation code, all the backend implementation code in a separate Mule application. So here we got two scaffolding flows, put tickets / check-in, payment approval. And this is the implementation logic for this scaffolding flow. So this should be implemented in a separate file. So we're going to move this code to a separate main.xml file. So there should be always a separation of logic between your API.xml and the implementation logic. Okay, so come back to the src main mule. src main mule, do a right click over here, new mule configuration file. And let's call this as main. Click finish. Main.xml file. Okay, so now come back to the API and try to locate this scaffolding flows. Put tickets PNR check-in API.xml, locate this scaffolding flow. And here we have two components, transform message. So select both of them, select both the components. Select both the components, do a right click and then say extract to, and we're going to extract to a separate flow now. And this flow we are going to create in the main.xml file. So extract to flow and flow name. Let's call this as check hyphen in hyphen by hyphen PNR. Check in by PNR. So flow name also starts with a dash as a separator. Okay, start with a kebab case. And target mule configuration, very important, select main. And then click OK. And open up this flow reference properties. Open up this flow reference, double click on it, and you will see the properties at the bottom panel. So flow name is already pointing to check-in by PNR. Change this display name also with the same flow name. So copy the flow name and paste it over here. Set the flow name and display name to same. So copy the flow name and paste it over here and save the changes. And save the changes. Okay, so we're going to follow the same steps for the next flow also. Payment approval. Okay, so go to the payment approval, everyone, and select both the transform message components. Select both the transform message components in the payment approval. Do a right click and again select extract to flow. Extract it to flow. Okay, so let's call this as payment by payment approval by PNR. Payment approval by PNR. And target mule configuration set it to mail. So I'm pasting this in the chat, okay? And then click OK. Okay, now open up this flow reference and copy the flow name and paste it in the display. Copy the flow name and paste it in the display name and save all the changes. Okay, so now we'll go forward and we'll deploy this application. Okay, do a right click and run your project. Okay, let me save all the changes and run the project, everyone. And if your deployment is successful, hit a request from ARC and make sure the payment ID is returned as a response. Green check mark once you tested the mule application, the ARC. So green check mark if you have already tested this one. Yeah, thank you, Samiran. I'm still waiting for the check marks. Okay, so let's take a short break now. Let's tea break, everyone. So let's come back and we'll discuss one more topic here. Maven resource filtering. We're going to discuss about Maven concepts as well after the tea break. So we're going to take a break for 20 minutes. We are good with the time and pace. Let's break for 20 minutes. So we're going to come back and we'll discuss last topic for today's session. Okay, so test this out. Okay, test this out, leave a green check mark and then take the tea break. Okay. Oh, I got an error. This failed. Fix this. CLS context not available. Okay, I have to change this over here. So if you see the same error, right, here also TLS context, I have to change it. Maybe there was some problem to find this occurrence. Okay, so go to your HTTP listener config, everyone, and just check the TLS context. Okay, it should point to the correct one. So replace this with this value. So that's the reason it was showing an error. So go to your TLS context, go to the global.xml file, XML view, and just check your listener config. TLS context, point it to the correct one. Okay, now let me stop the project. I'll redeploy my application. If you got the same error, please replace it, okay, in the HTTP listener config. Okay, so I'm going on mute everyone. So we're gonna come back after the tea break and we'll continue our session. Okay. Okay, please leave a green check mark if everyone is back to the session. And please check your console. If the deployment is successful, hit a request from ARC. And just ensure the payment ID is returned as a response. Of if you're all good with the last walkthrough, leave a green check mark, everyone. Okay, so we finished with the first walkthrough in the module 2. Okay, I think there's some problem with my slideshow. Okay, so we finished with the first walkthrough. Now let's move on to the next topic, how to parameterize your Mule application and its Maven build. So first I'm going to discuss about how to parameterize a Mule application, and in tomorrow's class, we're going to start with the Maven build, okay? So each Mule application contains some properties, okay? Some property values which can change over a period of time. So each Mule application, we're going to identify the property values which can change over a period of time. So these properties should not be hard-coded in the Mule application. It has to be externalized. It has to be externalized by the developer. Okay, so we're going to head over to our check-in PAPI project. We'll identify those properties which can change over a period of time, like this port value 8082. So those port can be different. Let's say if you're deploying it to a cloud hub, it's going to be 8081 or 8082. But same jar file, if you're deploying to cloud to the customer hosted runtime, you can use any port over there. So in the cloud hub only, it is allowed to access 8081 and 808. All other ports are blocked. So even this parameter, you have to externalize this property, so that when you are deploying the same jar to the customer hosted, you can change this port property. It should not be hard coded here. Even this TLS context information. So even the digital certificate or the security certificate we are using, it's going to be differ for each environment. So for dev, test, and prod, you're going to use the separate security files. Yes. I think somebody is not on mute. Please, can you all stay on mute to avoid the background noise? Yeah, much better. Thank you so much. So even this security file we are creating or we are using going to be specific for each environment. So even these properties should not be externalized. So this API ID, right now we have hard coded it for dev. So going forward, we're gonna migrate this application to test or production environment. So API ID also gonna be changed over period of time. So we can identify these values, and those values, the values which can change over period of time and the values which are environment specific, those values will be externalized into a separate file. Okay, so we'll create a environment specific property file. Okay, so then we'll discuss about Maven. So as of now, I'm skipping these slides. Okay, so we'll start with parameterization, then I'll come back and I'll explain. Okay, I think the pom.xml, I have to discuss pom.xml. Okay, no worries, I'll go with the next slide only. Okay, so Maven. So we use Maven for building our projects, right? So Maven is a open source tool, okay, which is used for build management and also for dependency management in the Mule application. So Maven does two things for us: build management and dependency management. Okay, when you're creating a project and the dependencies needed for your project, you're gonna connect to the Maven central repo or remote repo. So these are the repositories which are maintained by the Maven community. You're gonna head over to these repositories and you'll download the latest version of the dependencies to the current project, which are used in your current project. And apart from this, Maven is also a build tool which gonna build your project. Means all your source code over here. This is your source code. So all this source code, it is packaging it into a jar file. So we execute some Maven lifecycle commands here to export all your source code, your chicken puppy source code into a deployable archive file or a jar file. So Maven is acting like a build tool and also dependency management tool for our Mule application. So Mulesoft has extended this Mule Maven plugin, or Mulesoft has made some changes to the existing Maven plugin, and it is extended so that you can use the same Mule Maven plugin for building your Mule project or for dependency management. So there are two plugins which are used for your Mule application. Okay, for building the Mule project, we use Mule Maven plugin, which is extended by Mulesoft. And this Mule Maven plugin, this is actually bind to the Maven lifecycle phases. So this is also binding to the Maven lifecycle phases so that you can build that project. And there is one more plugin which is provided for running your MUnit test cases, that is MUnit Maven plugin. So these are the two plugins which are provided or which are extended by Mulesoft for executing the test cases and also for building your project. So MUnit Mule Maven plugin, we're going to use it on day 3. So we're going to use this plugin for executing your test cases in the MUnit testing framework. And on day 2, we're going to use this plugin to deploy your application independent of Studio to Cloud Hub. So this is the Maven working flow. Okay, so in the middle you will have Maven core, and this Maven core will pass your pom.xml file. So pom.xml file, it's a XML based file which contains information about the location from where you can download the dependencies. Okay, and it also contains the information like the Maven coordinates, which will identify your asset. It also specifies the outcome of the project. So what should be the outcome when you build that project, whether it is a Mule application or Mule plugin or a pom.xml, or is it a plugin, is a pom file. So it's going to specify the outcome also. Let me show you the pom.xml file. So when you create a project here, check-in Papi project, there are 3 important elements. One is src folder, and second one is this mule artifact.json, and the third one is pom.xml file. So go to your pom.xml file, open up your pom.xml file and switch to source view. And please look at my screen. So what this pom.xml file contains, it contains all the information about the dependencies which are which are used in your project. So it will show you the information about from where you can download the dependencies needed for your project. So first one is the XML version tag. Second, it starts with project tag and model version 4.0.0 and group ID, artifact ID version. These 3 are Maven coordinates. So using this Maven coordinates, you are identifying your check-in Papi project. Okay, so using this three properties, using this Maven coordinates, you are identifying that asset. Then if you scroll down, we have properties section where we define the source encoding, outputting encoding, and the Mule runtime version you are using. And the Mule Maven plugin version is 3.5.5. This is what we are using, the version of the Mule Maven plugin. Then scroll down to the build section. So over here, you're going to define the plugins. So there are two plugins defined here. One is Maven Clean plugin and second one is Mule Maven plugin. So this Maven Clean plugin, it will clean up your target directory when you are building your project. Okay, so as I mentioned here, so let me open up the file explorer. So this is your check-in Papi project, and in the check-in Papi you have target folder. So when you are building your project, this jar file is created in the target folder. But when you execute this, when you use this Maven Clean plugin, so this will clean up your target directory and it will create a new jar. So it will delete this entire directory and it creates a new deployable archive file. It's going to clean up your target folder. Then we have Mule Maven plugin, which is used for building your project. So by using this plugin, you're going to build the project and you create a deployable archive file. Or you can deploy using this Mule Maven plugin, you can deploy your application to Cloud Hub as well or customer hosted environment. So then we have dependency section where we have provided the information like what are the dependencies needed in this project. Okay, so dependencies, first one is HTTP connected dependency. Second one, we have socket dependency. And third one is the dependency specific to your open API specification, which we imported into the studio to create this project. Okay, your check-in Papi asset in the exchange. It is identified with this group ID, artifact ID and version. So using this coordinates, that asset is identified. Using this coordinate, the socket connector asset is identified. Using this coordinate, this HTTP connector asset is defined. So everything in Mule application, all the dependencies are identified using the Maven coordinates. Okay, everything is a Maven artifact based dependency. We use it over here. So whenever it is a Maven artifact, it is identified with this Maven coordinates. Okay, then we have API Kit plugin, which is again a Maven artifact and it is identified with this coordinates. So we are saying in this project, we are using these dependencies. And then repository from where you can download this dependency. Okay, so here in the repository section, you have Exchange v3, which will connect to your private exchange and it will download the dependencies needed for your project. We have Mulesoft releases also, where you can download the dependencies. So there are two repos which are provided here. So these are plugin repos where you can download your plugins. Okay, so this is what we got in the pom.xml file, and this pom.xml file will be passed when you execute a Maven command. So I'll just show you the commands in the Maven lifecycle now in the next slide. So when you execute a Maven build command or Maven package command or Maven deploy command, so it will read your pom.xml file or it's going to parse your pom.xml file and all the information to download the dependencies is already provided in this pom.xml file. Okay, so by looking at this information, then it's gonna connect either to remote repos or central repos and it will download all the dependencies to the local repository. So .m2 is your local repository. And from the next build onwards, it's gonna look in the local repo. So first when it passes the pom.xml file, it will look for the dependency in the local repo. If it is not available in the local repo, then it's going to connect to the remote repo and it will download the dependencies and it is added to the local repo. So that next build onwards, it's going to get it from the local repo itself. So this is the Maven working flow. So POM stands for Project Object Model. It is a basic unit of work in Maven. So it contains important piece of information like Maven coordinates, packaging type. So if you look at the packaging type, so packaging is Mule application. So when you build this Mule Jekin Papi project, the outcome is Mule application. It is creating a deployable archive file or a jar file is outcome of this pom.xml file. So you're going to specify the packaging type of project, whether it is a jar or POM or Mule application. And also you specify the dependencies and the location of the repository where it resides. And build configuration plugin management is also specified over there. And this pom.xml follow inheritance. We're going to discuss inheritance part in tomorrow's class. So we follow inheritance to avoid the redundancy. Okay, so it can inherit everything from the parent POM. Parent POM gonna inherit everything from the POM file. So we're gonna discuss Maven inheritance in tomorrow's class. Okay, so this setting.xml also we're gonna discuss in tomorrow's session. So everything in Maven use coordinates as I mentioned. So each artifact over here, let's say if you're using this HTTP connector artifact, so it is identified with this group ID, artifact ID and version. And this plugin also it is identified by group ID, artifact ID and version. And based on this Maven coordinates, it will create a directory structure in your local repo. Okay, based on group ID, artifact ID and version, it will create a directory structure in your local repo and your dependencies are stored over there. So it will translate into a directory structure and it's going to store your artifact or your dependency and it will be retrieved from that location. And this details we have already specified in the pom.xml file. So let me show you for the HTTP connector dependency. So if you look at the pom.xml file in the dependency section, so it has to create a directory structure or this is translated into directory structure where you will find this artifact, this HTTP connector artifact, and it is added to your current project over here. HTTP module is added and its corresponding jar is also added to your current project. So first it will go and check in the local repo for this HTTP connected dependency using this information. And then it will be added to your current project. And in the local repo, it has created a directory structure based on these coordinates. So let me show you the local repository now. So I'm heading over to the .m2 repository. Please watch my screen, everyone. So the C drive uses your user profile and over here go to your local repository. And in the local repository, first we're going to search with the group ID. So group ID is org.mule.connectors. So it has created a directory structure with name org, then mule, then connectors. So let me head over to that folder now. /org. And in the org folder, it will create a folder, one more folder called as mule, org mule. And then in the mule, you will see the folder connector. Okay, so this is your group ID. It has created a directory structure with your group ID org.mule.connectors. And over here, it will look for the artifact ID now. So artifact ID is mule-http connector. So it will go to the mule-http connector. And the version is 1.6.0. We have specified the version tag also 1.6.0. And we are using this jar file 1.6.0 mule-plugin. So let me check the version. Yeah, 1.6.0. So if this connector is not available, if this jar is not available in your local repo, then when you're executing the Maven build command or deploy command, your Maven will connect to the repository you have specified in the pom.xml file and it will download the dependencies and it is added to this location. It will create this directory structure and it is added to this location so that you can use that jar in your current project. So this is how it creates the directory structure for the artifacts or for the dependency you have used in your project. Now let's discuss about Maven lifecycle. So we invoke a Maven lifecycle. Invoke a Maven lifecycle phase, and that will that will parse your pom.xml file. Let's say for example mvn is a command mvn, and you're executing a package command here mvn package. So it will parse your pom.xml file. And your pom.xml file contains all the information needed for your project. It does the dependency management and also it does the build management for you. Okay, so whenever you run a Maven command, you specify a phase here. Or you can execute a plugin goal also. So there are 3 life cycles in Maven. One is default, site, and clean. Okay, so most of the times we use default life cycle. Okay, we are focused on default life cycle throughout this course. And this default life cycle is having these following phases: validate, initialize, compile, test, package, verify, and so on. So for example, if you are executing MVN package phase, so before it execute package, prior to it, it's going to execute all this cascading phase. So all these are cascading ordered phases. Okay, it's going to execute in the same order, then it will do the package command. And outcome of package, MVN package command, it will generate a deployable archive file. It will compile all your source code and it is packaged into a jar file. And this site life cycle, so it gonna clean life cycle, it will clean the target folder, it will go to the target folder and it will remove the previous deployable archive file from the target folder. And this site, this is used for documentation purpose, but throughout the course we're going to use this build phase. So we're going to execute this Maven package. Verify means if any integration tests are created in your Mule application, those tests are verified. Okay, it's gonna run that integration test, and if it is successful, the build it's gonna show the build as successful. It will run all the integration test. Install command, Maven install means it will add the dependencies to your local repository. So if you are creating any libraries, it will install those libraries, or if you are creating any super POM, those POM file will be installed into your directory in your local repo so that it can be used in the multiple projects. Maven deploy command, it will deploy your application either to the cloud hub or customer hosted runtime. So this is the outcome of Maven package command. It's a jar file. It builds a jar file. It compile all your source code and it is packaged into a jar file. And MVN deploy command, it will deploy your jar either to cloud hub, RTF or standalone Mule runtime. So Mule Maven plugin is used for build management. And apart from this, we have MUnit plugin also, which will bind to the test phase. So over here, we got a test phase also, which will execute all your MUnit test case. So we are performing this MVN test command, test phase, to run your test cases. So this MUnit plugin will be added to the plugin sections to run your MUnit test cases. So MUnit test cases, we'll cover it on day 3. Okay, so that's about Maven. Now we're going to learn about how to remove the configuration redundancy. We're going to apply the drive principle over here so that we should avoid the duplication of our code. So it is always recommended to avoid any duplication configuration values. Let's say, for example, if any properties are repeated in the properties.yaml file and the pom.xml file, we're going to identify the properties which are repeated in the pom.xml file and in the properties.yaml file. So we're going to create this properties.yaml file in the next step. Okay, so we're going to identify those configuration values and we'll avoid the repetition. So we're going to use a concept over here called as Maven resource filtering. So I'll come to that concept once we create this properties.yaml file. So I'm skipping few of the slides now. So I'll come back and I'll discuss those slides. So I'm starting with the first part in the second walkthrough. So first we're going to discuss how to extract your Mule application configuration files into a property file. Then we'll discuss about Maven resource filtering. Okay, so let's identify the properties which can change over period of time, and those properties we're going to externalize into a properties file. Okay, so come back to the studio, everyone. Go to the global. Okay, so before we see this, let's create a properties.yaml file. Then we're going to check what are the properties which can change over a period of time, and we'll move it into this separate file. So come back to your project, everyone. Check in PAPI project. Go to the SRC main resources. SRC main resources. Do a right click over here. Create a new file. Create a new file. And let's call this as properties.yaml is the extension. .yaml is the extension. Okay, so let me copy this one. I'll paste in the chat and click finish. So we created a properties.yaml file under SRC main resources, not test resources, SRC main resources. Create properties.yaml file. Okay, so now let's add the properties which can change over a period of time. So it always starts with a root node. Okay, so I'm calling a root node called as API : so it's a YAML. So indentation is very important when you create a YAML file, and it's a key value pair. So properties which are added here, it's a key value pair, and key value pair is separated by a delimiter called as colon. Okay, so I have added a root node called as API colon, then press enter, go to the new line. Okay, indentation is very important here. So for indentation, you can press tab key or 2 spaces, okay. Hit 2 spaces or tab key for indentation. Okay, so make sure you are indented inside the API, and I'll add a port property here. Port, as of now, port is 8082. So set the port here to 8082. So we'll go back to the global and we'll use a property placeholder for port. Okay, so first let me define all the properties over here. Then we're going to replace it with a property placeholder in the global.xml file. Okay, so next property, ID property. Remember, we are using this auto discovery element. Let me show it in the global. So this auto discovery element, this also should not be hard coded here. So we have to move this, or we have to externalize this into a properties.yaml file. So ID colon. Okay, so copy this ID from here, your global, or you can go to your production ready document, also text document which we created. You can copy from there also. So it's a string value, so pass it in the double quotes. Okay, this is your ID. Okay, so we're going to externalize major version as well. Major version, right now we set the major version to V1. Okay, major version, V is uppercase. Then comes here group ID, artifact ID and version. Okay, so before I add those properties, let me show you something in the global.xml file. In the API kit config, we use this API specification information to import your specification here, to import your API specification into the studio. So check this part. Okay, let me get it to full screen, this API kit config. So go to your global.xml file, everyone. Global.xml file, get this to full screen. Get this to full screen and locate this property API kit config and API. So copy this whole thing. Okay, so in the future, if version is changed, you can put it in the properties.yaml file. You're going to change it over there. So, okay, copy this whole thing. And paste it in the properties.yaml file. So head over to the properties.yaml file, everyone. So we'll create a property called a spec, specification, shortcut spec, and paste that value. So what this contains, this is your group ID, and this is your artifact ID and version. So these are your Maven coordinates. Okay, so maybe in the future, this Maven coordinates can also change, your version can also change. So you will come to the properties.yaml file and you're going to change it over there. Okay, so paste it over here. And then just above this spec property, let's create a group ID property. Group ID, I is uppercase, group ID, and the value. So copy this one, or you can cut this one, or you can copy or cut this one and paste it over here. Copy this group ID value only and paste it on the top in the group ID. And replace this group ID. This group ID replace with a property placeholder because we have defined it on the top. So to refer to this group ID, we will use a dollar notation in the curly braces API.group ID. So we created a property called as group ID and we are referring to the property using this dollar notation. So next we're going to create one more property called as artifact ID. I is uppercase, artifact ID. And in that you store this value check-in PAPI. Artifact ID, set it to check-in PAPI. And let's use this artifact ID over here. So replace this check-in PAPI with the property placeholder. API.artifact ID. And then comes version type. Okay, so let's create the version property, and version is 1.0.0. Okay, so change this one 1.0.0 and replace with a property placeholder. So dollar in the curly brace API dot version. API dot version. Okay, so let me copy all this information. I'm pasting in the chat. Replace my group ID with your group ID, then you're all good. So replace my group ID with your group ID. Okay, so we already saved our group ID in that text document. Go to your text document and you should see this org ID is nothing but your group ID. Okay. Okay. So these are the properties we are going to externalize in our Mule application. And we are going to externalize this TLS context also over here. If you come back to the global, so this is also specific to each environment. So we should not hard code this type, search location, your certificate location, server. These properties also we're going to externalize now. Okay, so go to the properties.yaml file. I have pasted all the properties in the chat. Okay, so you can take it from the chat, paste it over here, just change your group ID with your org ID value. Okay, now go to the new line, press enter and go to the same level as this API. Indent at the same level as this API, or go to the beginning of line number 10. So over here, we're going to create a property called as tls.key-store. tls.key-store colon. Okay, let me paste this in the chat. So this is the root node, and under this, I'll 2 spaces for indentation or tab key for indentation, whichever is comfortable at your end. 2 spaces for indentation. Then I'll define a type property, path property, okay, alias, key password, and password. So type is PKCS12, right? So come back and copy this one. This is your type. Type is, no worries, I'm going to paste it in a moment in the chat, okay? Path is your search location, okay? So let me go back to the global and let me copy this one for path, okay? I'm pasting it over here. Alias is server. Let me type it over here. Password mule 12345 and password is also same mule 12345. Okay, so let me paste this content in the chat. I'm sharing this in the chat. So it's going to be same for everyone, okay? tls.key-store contains type, path, alias, key, password, and password, okay? Okay, so put this code in your YAML file. Okay, after you put the code, your complete code will look like this. So save this properties.yaml file. Save this properties.yaml file. Okay, so this properties.yaml file should be used in this project. So we have to create a global element so that this API or main can use this properties.yaml file. A new global element has to be created if you want to use this properties.yaml file in your project. Okay, so we'll head over to the global.xml file and we'll configure our project to use this properties file under the global element. So go to the global elements view. So open your global.xml file on the top and go to the global elements view and let's create a global element to use this property file. Okay, so click on the create button. Okay, so name here under global configuration, expand global configuration, configuration properties, or you can search for configuration properties over here. It will show up. Okay, filter for configuration properties, not configuration, configuration properties. So select this entry, configuration properties, click OK, and just type the name of the property file, that is properties.yaml. So specify your file name here, properties.yaml, and then click OK. And we created this global element so that your project is configured to use this properties.yaml file. Okay, now switch to the XML view. Switch to the XML view and get this to full screen, your global.xml, get this to full screen. And we'll start with the first global element. So over here, port is already externalized. Okay, so no need to hard code this element anymore. So we're going to use a property placeholder for this port property. So port is already there here. Okay, let's use a property placeholder to refer to this port. So dollar in the curly brace API.port, API.id or API.major version. So this is how you're going to refer to that properties. Okay, so in the global, go to your global.xml file, switch to the XML view and get this to full screen and go to the first property, listener config and this port. So let's externalize this port. So in the dollar notation, in the curly braces, API.port. Okay, so it is highlighted in the green color. Okay, it is highlighted in the green color. So first global element, we externalizing this port to refer to the port property in the YAML file. Now go to the next one, API kit config. Name is API kit, and this also we already moved this to the properties.yaml file. So select everything. Select this whole thing. Okay, so replace, this is already there in the YAML file. So replace this with the dollar notation, the curly braces, API.spec. Oh, I'm so sorry, my caps lock is on. API.spec. Okay, so replace it with API.spec. Okay, now go to the next element, TLS context. Okay, and go to the TLS key store, this type. This also we have externalized into YAML file. So replace this with a dollar notation. PKS12. So replace this with a dollar notation in the curly braces. TLS dot key hyphen store dot type. Okay, so let me paste this in the chat. Okay, so I'll give you this in the chat. TLS dot key hyphen store dot type. And this path also replace with a property placeholder. And change this type to path. Okay. So dollar in the curly braces TLS dot key hyphen store dot path. And change alias as well. Set it to TLS dot key hyphen store hyphen alias dot alias. So next is key password. Replace with the property placeholder and change this type to key password. Now the last one, dollar in the curly braces TLS dot key hyphen store and change this type to password. Save all the changes. Now go to the next property, auto discovery. So in the auto discovery also this API ID should not be hard coded. So we externalize this into the property file. So let's replace this value with dollar notation. So dollar in the curly braces API.id. API.id. So save these changes. So make sure there are no errors in your global. Okay, so this API.port we changed, API.spec, tls.keystore.type path alias server key password and password. Okay, then we change the API ID. Okay, so now come out of the full screen. Okay, come out of the full screen, go to the API, go to the API and switch to the XML view, the API.xml file. Switch to the XML view. Let's get this API to full screen and scroll to the top, and in the main flow name API-main flow, we have HTTP listener configuration, which is set to /API/v1 star. This v1 also, we are not going to hardcode this value. We already created a element called as major version, which is having v1. So let's refer using the property placeholder. So come back to the API, come back to the API, XML view, main flow, API-main flow, and change this v1. Okay, replace this v1 with a dollar notation. So dollar in the curly brace API dot major version, API dot major version. So we change in the API main, so we have to make changes in the API and console flow as well. So scroll down to the API and console flow, and over here also change this v1 to use the property placeholder. Change this v1 to use the property placeholder. So it starts with dollar notation in the curly brace API dot major version. Major version. Hold on, there's some problem. Make sure it is highlighted in the green color. Okay. So over here we change it to property placeholder and also here. So save the changes. Okay. Save the changes. Okay, now let's run this project. So we'll make sure nothing is broken in our code. Okay, let's run our application. So come out of the full screen and deploy your application, everyone. So on the top, you can click on this green plus button to run the project. Okay, click on this green plus button on the top and run your application. Okay, so if your deployment is successful, please hit a request from ARC and the payment ID is returned as a response. Then leave a green check mark. Okay, deployment is successful. I'm hitting the request now. ARC. Okay, so payment ID is returned as a response. So please test this out at your end and let me know if you're all good. Green check mark. So we extracted the properties into a separate properties.yaml file. So we completed the first part in the walkthrough. Extracting mule applications into a property file. So next we're going to discuss about Maven resource filtering. Okay, so I'm waiting for the check marks, everyone. And let me go back to the slides, which I have skipped earlier. This one. Removing the configuration redundancy. Okay, so only one check mark. All good, everyone? Yeah, thank you, Prashant. So waiting for Neha, Pranali. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Please let me know if you followed the concept, okay? And also, your build is working fine. Okay, thanks for the check marks. Few of them are still missing. Few check marks are still missing. Okay. Okay, so hopefully this should be the last topic, I think. So removing the configuration redundancy. So we should avoid the duplication of code in the pom.xml and also in the properties.yaml file. So if you let me go back to the pom.xml file. So let me get this to full screen. So in the pom.xml file dependencies section, we have this dependency, right? And this is the dependencies related to your Open API specification. Okay, so using this, we are importing our specification. And this group ID, artifact ID and version. So this is duplicated over here also. Means in the future, if you want to change the version, right, you have to change it in the properties.yaml file and also in the pom.xml file. So this is like inefficient way of doing things. Okay, so we have to define all these properties in a single place of truth. And if you make any changes to that single place, it should be reflected over here and also it should be reflected over here. So we should follow the dry principle. So dry principle, don't repeat yourself, means keep all your properties at a single place of truth. Okay, so if you make any changes at that single place of truth, then it should be reflected in the multiple places. Like it should be reflected over here in this dependency section and it should be reflected in your properties. So now we identify there are some properties which are duplicated in the properties file and pom.xml also. So these are the properties in the properties.yaml file. These are the properties which are repeated in your pom.xml file. So to avoid this redundancy, so we use Maven resource filtering. Okay, so that's the next topic. So in the Maven resource filtering, first we're going to move all the properties in the pom.xml file onto the top into the properties section. So if you look at my screen, everyone, so we're going to move these properties, this group ID, artifact ID version. So it is duplicated over here also. So we'll identify those properties which are duplicated in the properties and pom.xml file. Those properties you're going to put it onto the top in the properties section. So we're going to move all those properties over here in the properties section. Okay, so this is the single place of truth. And if you want to use that property in the pom.xml file, you're going to use a dollar notation to refer. Over here also you're going to use a dollar notation to refer to the properties available in the properties section. So in future, if you make any changes over here, it will be reflected here as well as in the same pom.xml file. So if you look at this slide, so we're going to move this dependency, this group ID, artifact ID to the properties section like this. So after you move this, so we're going to call it as API.group ID, API.artifact ID, API.version. And over here you have that hard-coded value. You're going to replace that hard-coded value with a dollar notation with this API.group ID. Artifact ID, API.artifact ID version. Okay, so now this is a single place of truth. And these properties, this API.group ID, you can refer it in the properties.yaml file also over here. Group ID, artifact ID, and version. So in the pom.xml file, in the properties, you're going to keep all your properties which can be referenced in the same pom.xml file in the properties.yaml file. Okay, so after we moved those properties to the properties.yaml file, then we're going to head over to the build section and we'll add this Maven resource filtering. We will add this Maven resource filter plugin. Okay, so this Maven resource filtering, the plugin section, we'll add this plugin. And this Maven resource filter plugin, what the job of this plugin is to scan SRC main resources folder or SRC test resources folder, and it will look for the properties file. Under this location and under this location, it will look for the properties file. Let's say, for example, you have this SRC main resources with this properties.yaml. And here we're going to change it with a dollar notation. We'll not use this hard coded value. So this is already moved to the properties section. So you will have a hard coded value over here. Sorry, property placeholder. So that property placeholder will be replaced with actual value. So this Maven resource filter plugin, it will scan this SRC main resources, SRC test resources, and if you have any properties file, it will replace the property value, the dollar notation with actual value. And where we define this actual value, we defined it already in the properties section in the pom.xml file. So resource filtering, as the name implies, it is not filtering anything. It is replacing the existing property placeholder value with the actual value, and actual value we're going to keep it in the properties section in the pom.xml file. Okay, so let's do this walkthrough, then you can understand how it's going to do the resource filtering. Okay, so this redundancy, this we're going to discuss in tomorrow's class. So let me come back to the slide, our walkthrough slide. Okay, we already finished the first one. Now we're going to discuss the Maven resource filtering. Okay, so as a part of this walkthrough, we're going to first head over to the pom.xml file. Head over to the pom.xml file, everyone. Get this to full screen. Pom.xml, get this to full screen. And go to the dependency section. Go to the dependency section and locate this API spec dependency related to your API specification. And over here, the pom.xml in the dependency section, over here, you're going to copy these three properties, group ID, artifact ID, and version. Let's move this code to the top in the properties section. So we'll move all this code to the top into the properties section. Okay, so copy these three properties and let's scroll to the top and paste it over here in the properties. Inside the properties tab, paste it over here. Okay, let me format this code. Control A to select everything. Control Shift F to format the code. Control Shift F. So that's the shortcut to format the code. And this group ID, this is what we added just now. This is what we pasted just now. And this group ID, let's change this to API.group ID. And we have to make changes to the end tag also, API.group ID. Okay, API dot, let me copy. And this artifact also, replace it with API.artifact ID over here also. Change the end tag also. Version also, change it to API.version and also change it in the end tag. Okay. API.group ID, API.artifact ID, API.version. So now we have defined it in the properties tag. So this is a single place of truth. Okay, so in future, if you change the version, you're going to change it over here and it will be reflected wherever it is referenced. So now this API.group ID, let reference in the same pom.xml file in the dependency section, and we're going to reference over here also. So we're going to remove this hard coded value and we're going to reference to that properties we have defined over here. Okay, let's first reference to this API.group ID in the dependency section. Okay, so you can copy this API.group ID if you want to. Now scroll down to the dependency section. Scroll down to the dependency section, and this is the dependency related to your API spec. And this group ID, remove this hard-coded value. Remove this hard-coded value and replace this with dollar notation in the curly braces API dot group ID. Okay, no double quotes here. Okay, group ID in the dollar notation in the curly braces API dot group ID, because we already moved this onto the top. And artifact ID dollar in the curly brace API dot artifact ID. API dot artifact ID. And version, change the version tag to use a dollar notation. API dot version. Okay, so these values should be replaced with the actual value. When you're deploying your application, this API dot group ID should be replaced. What is the actual value? We have defined it on the top. This is your actual value. So while building the project, this API dot group ID, this dollar notation, this will be replaced with actual value, and that is the job done by the Maven resource filter plugin. Okay, so go to the dependency section, make sure you made these changes over here. Now go to the properties.yaml. In the properties.yaml also this group ID. Go to the properties.yaml file, this group ID, and replace this actual value with the property placeholder. API dot group ID. Okay, so then next is artifact ID. Replace it with a dollar notation. API dot artifact ID. And version dollar in the curly braces API dot version. And over here also we have API dot group ID. It will be replaced with actual value we defined in the pom.xml file. Okay, save the changes. Okay, so next step is to add the Maven resource filtering. Let me go back to that slide again. Okay, so we're gonna head over to the build section, and let's add this plugin, Maven resource filter plugin. Okay, and this Maven resource filter plugin, it will go and check in the properties.yaml file, and it will replace that property placeholder with the actual value. Okay, so let's add it to the plugin section, and also we're gonna specify which directory it should scan. This Maven resource filter plugin gonna scan the SRC main resources and SRC test resources. Okay, let's first add the plugin. So come back to the pom.xml file, everyone, and go to the build section. Go to the build section, and in the build section we got two plugins already. So one is your Maven clean plugin, and another one is Maven Maven plugin. So just go to the top. Okay, under plugins, it's plural. Under plugins, plural. Just under that we're gonna add a new plugin now. We'll add a new plugin. So this I'm gonna take it from the manual and I'll paste it over here, and I'm gonna share it in the chat also. Yeah, I found the code. I'm copying it. I'm passing in the chat for everyone. Okay, so please open up your chat window, copy all those lines which I have pasted just now. Copy all those lines. Okay, so now head over to the build section, and under plugins, we're gonna add a new plugin. So paste it over here. And also format your code. Control Shift F to format the code. And these are the lines which I have pasted just now. Okay, so plugin, and inside the plugin, so we have group ID, artifact ID, and version to identify that asset. So name of the plugin is Maven Resources plugin. And also added this configuration section. We are saying what kind of files it can ignore. The files which are having extension like P12, CRT, PEM. So it will not scan those files. So the files which are having this extension, those files will not be scanned by the Maven resource plugin. Okay, so now we'll go forward, we'll specify the directory it should scan. Okay, so we can add the information just above these plugins. Okay. Okay, so just below this build tag, we're going to specify the directories it should scan. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Resources, it has end resources, and we are specifying this is the directory src test resources, src main resources it should scan. So instead of typing this also I'm going to copy from manual and I'll paste it in a minute. Then I'll explain what we have pasted the code. So go to your chat window, everyone, copy these lines. It starts with resources. It starts with resources tag till end. Okay, so now come back to the studio and paste it just below the build tag. And also format your code. So we have added a resources tag. Under the resources, we have a single resource. And in the resource, we are telling this is the directory it should scan, src main resources. And similarly, we have added a test resources. And in the test resources, we have a single test resource. So it will scan the src test resources also. And filtering is enabled, means it will replace the property placeholder with the actual value. Okay, now save the changes and let's run this project. Okay, so come out of the full screen. So stop the project and rerun. Okay, rerun your project. Okay, so when this application is deployed, this Maven resource filter plugin, it will scan this properties.yaml file. So it will go to the properties.yaml file and this property placeholder, it will be replaced with the actual value, and the actual value we defined in the pom.xml on the top. This is the actual value. So your property placeholder will be replaced with the actual value over here. And that's the job done by the Maven resource filter plugin. So go forward and deploy your application and make sure your application is successfully deployed, and then hit a request and make sure everything is working fine. So remember, it is a single place. Okay, so this is a single place where you're going to update. If you have to update anything in the future, you're going to update it over here. So it will be reflected in the properties. It will be reflected in the same form.xml file in the dependency section also. So this is nothing but dry principle. So specify it at a single place and use it in the multiple places as much as possible. So tomorrow I'm going to explain you how to create a hierarchy of form file to avoid the redundancy. So we'll follow the Maven inheritance to avoid the redundancy. Okay, if your deployment is successful, hit a request and payment ID is returned as a response, leave a green check mark. Okay. Thank you, Pranali. Okay, so my deployment is also successful. So I'm sending the request. Okay, it's working fine. Payment ID is returned as a response. So stop your project. Stop your project. Okay, so few of the participants were having issues, right? Please stay back. If you are all good, so we're gonna leave little bit early today. Okay, so I can let you guys go. Tomorrow I'll be discussing about Maven inheritance, and also we're gonna execute the Maven build commands. We're gonna deploy our application independent of Studio by performing the Maven build. And also we're gonna discuss about operational concerns like functional monitoring, API visualizer, and also MDC logging in tomorrow's session. So we're gonna cover the remaining part of module 2. So we have completed till second walkthrough, right? Second walkthrough is not at all completed completely. Okay, so we're going to discuss the Maven inheritance over here by introducing this BOM and parent POM in tomorrow's class, and also we're going to discuss about operational concerns. So we'll encrypt the properties to securely pass the properties into the properties.yaml file. So we're going to securely parameterize our properties as well. And then we're going to deploy our Mule application to multiple environments. So same jar, same check-in PAPI jar, it will be deployed to the test environment or production environment or dev environment. So we have to build our Mule application in such a way that you can deploy to the multiple environments. Okay, so these are the topics we're going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay, so if you're all good till this point, okay, you can drop off. Thank you so much for connecting today. Yeah, if you have any issues, please stay back. So I'm happy to help you guys. So hardly it's going to take 30 minutes for me to resolve all your issues. Okay.
Shiva, I have got one question.
Yeah.
So when we are scanning the resources, it's not required to scan the source test resources, right?
Yeah. As of now, it is not